Okay, sorry about that, guys. I had a terrible computer crash, but the good news is like I didn't lose you know, as this computer gets older, it's starting to get prone towards more crashes and stuff as I kind of assumed it would. And I'm sorry about that. I'm using kind of an old computer. I'll be honest. I want to load Eve. Yep. Very good. Then oh, you're installing updates. Oh, I didn't realize. There we go. Pretty cool. Going live. Sorry about that, guys. Had a computer crash. Going back live again. Uh,
need for this information outweighed the First Amendment interests at stake that Watkins held. And they obviously ultimately held that no, it didn't. They said plaintiff's failure to depose Ellis shown, okay? Literally, like, why the fuck are you deposing this author before you're deposing Ellis? Like, the information that you want, like, if the information that you want someone to, like, testify to, okay, you should talk to Ellis first, kind of. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Like, have him, if you want him to lie on the stand, then, that's the thing, is that you gotta be strategic about this shit, or the court will be, like, be FFR, like, be fucking for real. Plaintiff's failure to depose Ellis shown before pursuing Watkins highlights an important distinction between this case and another case the court mentions, a case called Farr, okay? In Farr, a trial judge sought disclosure from a third-party journalist to determine which of the attorneys in a celebrated murder case had violated a gag order by leaking a witness statement to the journalist. The journalist was ordered to disclose his source only after the court held a series of hearings at which each of the attorneys still alive denied under oath that he was the source of the leak. And those statements were published already, okay? At that point, the only untapped source for the wrongdoer's identity was the journalist. Here, in contrast, by failing to depose Ellis shown, plaintiffs have failed to exhaust the most patently available other source. So essentially, the court is like, look, if you even want to consider, okay, fucking up this privilege, you know, going beyond the privilege, saying no, sorry, like, we want your source, you gotta tap the fucking other sources. And even then, okay, even fucking then, if this is the last source left, it still has to, like, the benefit or the interest in finding out the information that you have to say, okay, has to outweigh the First Amendment interest that the journalist has and holds. And that's like a high interest, okay, obviously. So essentially the court said in sum, it is too early in the discovery process for Watkins' journalist privilege to yield. In so holding, we do not say that plaintiffs will never be able to overcome the presumption in favor of the privilege. We only say that they have failed to provide a sufficiently compelling reason to do so at this stage of the litigation. So, Watkins was not required and not compelled to testify. He was no longer held in contempt. Okay, the district court's order was reversed. On literally every fucking front. They were like, yes, you can hold the privilege. Yes, you know, like it basically stands strong. So all of you are probably wondering, okay, we get it. Your legal mind loves the defamatory shit. Can we get to like all the other shit going on? Like what happened? Okay, I'll tell you. So one of the main cases, one of the main lawsuits that came out of this was obviously the lawsuit against Americo, okay, for the sketchy. Joe's sketchy, you know, selling 8,000 shares to try to get voting power, and he got it, and he, you know, initiated the coup d'etat and threw out Sam and Ellis, okay? That case actually resulted in a jury verdict in 1994 in favor of Ellis and Sam, okay? Against U-Haul, against Americo, against Joe, all right? A verdict of 1.47 billion with a B dollars was awarded.
What?
Okay, against U-Haul.
Wow.
With a B, Billy. Okay, you took the L where it has never gone before. All right, it was ultimately reduced after the fact to 500 million, but like, remember how I mentioned how U-Haul was in the fucking hole, like around like the 90s, you know what I mean? Like in the hole by like 600 milli, okay? Like this probably did not help, okay? This probably didn't fucking help. Yeah, they lost big, okay? Joe has even said in an interview with News Reporter after the verdict was rendered, he was like, he was surprised. Like he definitely thought that he could do that shit. He could do the little finagling voting power shit, and like he could not. He could not. He could not. You're probably wondering about Ava's murder. Was it ever solved? What happened? Well, actually, after the, you know, Unsolved Mysteries episode aired, okay, about her murder, and the $250,000 reward and all public attention on this case, that actually helped in having someone come forward. Okay, this man, his name is Marquise. He came forward and basically like confessed to the killing, claiming it was a completely unrelated burglary that he wanted to commit. He was in the neighborhood. He was a felon. Okay, he was like on parole or something, and killed her. Allegedly, a random act. He also testified that it was not in no way connected to Joe and Mark, and that he was not in cahoots with anyone to commit the killing. Like he basically testified to that. And so he pled guilty and he served time. It's like serving like 20 years or so. Right? Doesn't that seem kind of weird? You're like unrelated. So as you can imagine, after that happened,
nice, 200K.
Okay, there are many of people within the Ellis and Sam faction that still believe to this day that Marquise was not the one who did it, or even if he was the one who did it, like he didn't act alone. Like he was definitely somehow received a benefit. Okay, somehow hired to do this. And also that the target was intended to be Sam and not Ava. But neither here nor there. Okay, we don't know. But under the law, someone's doing time for that murder, okay, in Colorado, which is horrible. I mean, she left behind her children. Like, it's just awful and horrible and very fucked. Okay, this whole family drama is very fucked. With respect to Ellis, okay, he basically became pretty fucking broke, okay? Pretty fucking broke, especially after his son took away his lifetime pension that was supposed to hit his bank account until he died. He left Phoenix because he just wanted to be away from the family troubles, because that's where everyone was, and he ended up moving to Las Vegas. Very sad, in so much litigation up to his fucking ears, okay? And he ended up committing suicide. He took his own life by crashing his car into a pole in 1999 or 1998, somewhere around there. Like, holy shit, okay? With all 12 of his kids hating each other, okay? And his whole family enterprise at that point kind of in the red, okay? U-Haul ultimately ended up filing for bankruptcy at one point. But filing for bankruptcy doesn't necessarily mean that you're like, you know, gone as a company forever. It can mean that you do a little rebound, and obviously they're still around and doing well. So yeah, they did. Litigation, which I won't bore you with because there's like a bajillion cases, as I told you. All of this litigation that kind of started in 1990 did not end until 2012. I think I mentioned that kind of in the beginning, but like until fucking 2012, like that's when a settlement was reached by and between some of these my family members. Like, you're fucking kidding. Okay, this shit was going on until 2012. Like, if you type in Schoen versus Schoen, there are cases from 1992, 1993, and 2012. Like, that's obscene, okay? Yes, Joe runs the company. Joe's coup still stands, okay? Joe is the head honcho. He has very much stays out of the public eye. Okay, he's done like very few interviews. The most recent one was an article in Forbes that basically talks about his like day-to-day life working the company and how he has like a direct line to his phone for customers to call with complaints and things, and how he very much, you know, has stayed out of the public eye because of all the family drama, but just kept his head down and ran the company.
Yeah, people do
and,
need
and
U-Hauls.
he won, right? Like, if you really think about it, like,
It's
he
an
won.
endless cash cow of a business, yeah.
Got what he wanted. He was not the favorite child. Ellis did not want Joe or Mark to run the company, and Joe and Mark said, no, thank you. We're changing the rules. We're changing the rules. So, that is the U-Haul family clusterfuck. The family saga. The family...
It was good. I liked it. Okay, going back to the main page. Let's see what else is going on out here. All right, so I will get in a healer. Okay. Yeah, we're going back out to Worlds Collide here, and I'm going to kill a whole bunch more battleships. Everyone always runs for some reason. I can just kill his ass, like, full blown. Yeah, I don't think I got a bounty. I was able to just cap his ass in cold blood in public. That's funny. I meant to trank him. Seno Yaki, I didn't know this existed. 2% XP game.
Welcome to another Hysteria video. I'm Erin Ryan, and joining me today is friend of Hysteria. She's an author, she's a journalist, Liz Plank. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
I'm really glad you're here because I came across this report in Planet Money this week.
Yeah.
And I was like, I really want to talk about this, and you know who should talk about it with me? Liz Plank.
Great.
So I'm so glad you're here. Okay, so the headline is,
Yeah.
first of all, this is like a great Curiosity Gap headline because it has the word mystery in it. The missing men of the American marriage market. Ooh, it's a mystery.
Yeah.
We're going to put on our Sherlock Holmes cap, figure out what's going on. So the article is about how marriage rates in America are dropping in the U.S. because there aren't enough men who are good enough to marry, basically. But here's where I found it really interesting. College-age women, college-educated women, get married in very high percentages still. The percentage of college-age women who are getting married has not decreased, despite an overall decrease in marriage rates in the U.S. However, because women outnumber men in college, they're running out of college-educated men to marry. So what the college-educated women are doing is marrying men without college degrees who are higher earning. So like guys who went to trade school, electricians, plumbers, like entrepreneurs, people who just don't have degrees. So what that leaves women without college degrees with are men who are not high earners and losers in some cases, slim pickings. So what I find super interesting about this is that conventional conservative wisdom, like tradwife wisdom, is don't go to college or you're going to girl boss too hard and you're going to end up dying alone with your cats, right?
Yeah.
But actually, women who have gone to college are reaching down and stealing the men. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're the ones getting married at high rates. And so the analysis was like, if we're interested in increasing the marriage rate in the U.S., we need to increase the number of marriageable men.
Yeah.
So, Liz, you've written an entire book about men and masculinity. This is kind of like the sandbox you play in.
Yeah.
What stood out to you about this analysis? What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, I like the way that it's framed. I think that very often we frame this problem as a woman's problem. If you go on a certain side of the internet, women's standards are too high. Women just need to sort of deal with men the way that they are, even if they're untherapized and sometimes abusive. I mean, we know the Republicans are literally trying to end no-fault divorce, right? So even if a man is actively hurting you, that you should be staying in that marriage, or you should be interested in a marriage with a man like that. And so I think it's a really it's not clever. I think it's a correct framing, which we don't often have in this conversation. And yeah, like we often talk about the difference in the ways that, women are remunerated, right? We sort of talk about the gender gap. There's obviously a difference between the way that men get paid and women get paid. And we give some attention, not enough attention, to the differences, between Black women and Latina women, right? That there's a real gap there. And I think that we don't often give as much because gender is sort of, the equivalent of like women. We don't often think of men as having a gender. We don't sort of study the numbers with the same kind of curiosity, and we're not as granular with those numbers. But what's been really interesting with men is that the income disparity within men as a group has actually really increased. So what does that mean? So since 1970, men's wages have basically stagnated. Like the average man is not making more than he was making in 1970, which is like really disturbing.
Like relative to the cost of living.
Relative to all of that, exactly. But the average, but the men who are making a lot more are making a lot more, right? I think it's 184%. I'm looking at Jessie like she knows, so it makes sense because if you look at the people who are hoarding the money, a lot of them happen to not be women. And so, there's a huge discrepancy between the men, between the have-nots and the people who do, and particularly amongst men, that does create a lot of problems. And then when because when you look at the data, the voters, or like the people who are most likely to vote for people who want to actually reduce that discrepancy, reduce, or increase income redistribution, it's women. So men are kind of voting
Against
in many
their own
ways, like
interests.
against their own interests, because a lot of them are fed the idea and sort of admire those 5 guys who are hoarding all of their money. You know, they don't look down on them. They want to be them, and they're told that if you work hard enough or whatever the hell, right, that they'll achieve that, and so that becomes the dream instead of like, well, what's, you know, so it's sad. It's really sad, and I think it's important to not, or, you know, it's a long-winded sort of way of explaining it, but I think it's important to hold men, like, not accountable, but like responsible. Like, this can change, and that's with policies and sort of voting for people to be in government who are interested in you know, sort of reducing that income gap. So yeah, I feel bad for women and I feel bad for men. It's not a good situation.
There's something that I was thinking about, just, you know, devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
There's some, you know, we both live in Los Angeles. I'm
Yeah.
sure in both of our circles, I know in my circles, there's a few women who are like higher income. They got to a certain age in
Yeah.
life and they were like, I really want to have a kid, can't find a suitable partner.
Yeah.
Doing it by myself. Great.
Right.
Doing great. Single
Yeah.
moms by choice.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing that is something that's increasing. Should we be focusing on making it so that men can keep up with women, or should we be creating a world where having a man, not having a man,
Right.
is such a difficult way to raise children?
Yeah.
Or should we try to do both?
I mean, I'm a lover girl. I'm a hopeless romantic, but it's not even because I'm like, I mean, it makes me a little dumb when I have too much hope in men. But I, you know, we're chemically wired for love, and romantic love is again, it's not an accident that every movie and every, you know, song is, or nearly every song is about that. I think we're all yearning for connection, and I get worried when, I mean, I want women to be able to do whatever the fuck they want, and I believe that many women doing it on their own is the best for them and for the baby, by the way. But that being said, I think that we shouldn't be creating sort of a society where we're sort of more segregated. I mean, right? Like,
That's an interesting point.
yeah.
That's an interesting point, because I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence here.
Okay,
because
well, what do you think?
Well, because on one hand, I think, you know, there's studies out there that compare like the achievement of children that are raised by single mothers versus single fathers. And this isn't something that was covered in the piece, but I'm just bringing it up. And,
Yeah.
Single children raised by single mothers don't do as well as children raised by single fathers. And the reason is not because dads are better parents. It's because fathers usually have a woman around that helps them out. Like their mom jumps in and helps them out. They get a girlfriend who helps them out. They have a sister. Somebody like helps them out. And nobody helps the women that are raising children by themselves.
Yeah.
And so there's a part of me that's like, you know, for generations, single mothers, especially low-income single mothers, Black single mothers, have been like demonized and told that they are the ones that are responsible for the like systemic problems that lead to their children having more of a difficult time making it through life. But I kind of think like, yes,
It's
I don't want
poverty.
people to be falling through the cracks. I don't want young men to be going to jail in large numbers. I think that's terrible. I want them to be able to be educated, and I want an education system that supports them in the way that they need to be supported. But at the same time, like single moms, I think, are so disenfranchised.
Yeah.
And I think that if we're any effort for us to like improve the marriageability of men should be accompanied by structural changes to help single mothers.
1,000,000%. You know, there's so many things I want to bring up. I mean, you talked about Black women, you know, and missing men. I mean, that headline, I think it's a New York Times article from, you know, now like several years ago, but about the missing Black men who are incarcerated, right? So it's again, it's a policy level. It's so many, there's so many policy changes that we need to do. But no, we absolutely need to support a single woman, and we need to support mothers. We need to like value them. I mean, there's data about just the workplace that I'm just can't get over, where, you know, employers will rank, you know, sort of like mothers as the lowest, the sort of least productive employee that they have. And then it'll be women without children. Then it's going to be men who don't have children. And the most productive person, the most productive employee in the eyes of an employer is a man
Is a
with children,
married
is a
person
father.
with children.
So it's just like that doesn't make any sense, and that isn't just like sexism at play, but also like the data shows that mothers are actually like extremely productive because you being one, I'm sure you know the
it's kinda
skills that you've
small,
developed
but
as a
it is
result
cool.
of having to be like just handle like multitask and
I mean, it's like
just-
the difference is like my time for one thing is all the time I have
Yes,
for that thing. I
right.
have this much time for work, and I have to do all my work during this
Right.
time. I can't be like, oh, I'll kick some of it to the evening because it's like, nope,
There's
I
no time.
got a 2-year-old
Yeah,
girl,
yeah,
and I'm
yeah.
not even. You know, it's funny you bring that up because
This content, I wouldn't use it during this playthrough, but it is kind of cool to have the room here. Because I could just RP not having a spaceship and stuff like that and live out of Aquila for a while and only go, like consider my spaceship to be planetary bound. Oh, is this not, that's going to die? Yeah, I believe it is, actually. I'll pull it back. What was I going to say? This room is cool for a new playthrough, and you could RP living on. I think there's a lot of roleplay stuff with mods here. You could do no interstellar travel until you had conquered the first planet. You could kind of confine yourself to the first planet, being like, my spaceship is just not good enough to go up to the stars. I don't have the fuel, I don't have the money, etc. So we're gonna raise 100,000 caps here and or whatever credits in your ISK in Aquila and live in this house, and I could stack boxes to the ceiling and fill the boxes with resources and then sell the resources to the vendors and use I don't know, that kind of thing, and I could force myself to tie that's what I could do with once I do the Unity and go through to New Game Plus. I could use role play to make the gameplay more fun, like more kind of like pointed. I could be like, I have to stuff this Aquila house full of stuff that I get from working the town and all of the stuff that's on Aquila, like all of the monuments that are on Aquila, and fill the room with boxes and stuff them with resources, and when they're full, go out there and make a what's it called, a player-owned base, outpost, and create the outpost, get it producing stuff by buying resources from the vendors and stuff and going out and getting more credits from the other monuments on Aquila. And it would be kind of cool to do a planet-bound Aquila playthrough. Like in 20 years, I think we're going to have a much, much higher opinion of like that's kind of happening with Fallout 76. And I think we're going to have a much, much higher opinion of Starfield, I think, in 20 years, because there is good roleplay capability. And then once you get the outpost completely like all souped up to mass produce goods, and it's mining copper and water and stuff like that or whatever, then when you have like 200,000 credits, even though you never left Aquila, you just kept working monuments all over the planet and stuff, because there is monuments all over the fucking planet, endless monuments. It's essentially, it's essentially, in a lot of ways, it's essentially what's it called, Daggerfall, where the POIs don't matter. They can produce 1 million POIs for 3,000 planets and moons. So it really doesn't matter so you could just live on Aquila. You wouldn't ever need to leave the planet until you wanted to move the new Game Plus forward. And that's maybe what I'll do. It's like a nice temperate planet. I would move in here and just kind of learn the city perfectly. And you could, in that RP, and you could use this as a base to stuff boxes as a stepping stone towards producing an outpost, because you have to put that stuff somewhere, and the ships don't have endless storage. So what you could do is buy materials in Aquila like if you wanted to shoot for outpost stuff first, you could, and then get like massive production working, so you have endless income coming in from the structural frames that you build with your outposts and stuff. And then you only go to one other planet, like Jemison or whatever. Since you've been there, you start out in Jemison, I think, if I recall. Yeah, well, yeah, like no, you don't start on Jemison. You start on some really small planet, I forget. But you could come directly just to Aquila, because it is on the map. You could just land here directly and be like, that's all the fuel we had, guys, and roleplay being stuck here like Star Wars. We have to get off the planet, but we need help from a Jedi or some such to get off the planet. We're stuck in Tatooine. And there is cool roleplay stuff in that. Oh, yeah, the Co-Heritage Museum. Now, so where's my place, though? Is that this thing? Oh, cool, yeah, with the gold... Oh no, the Sanctum Universum. Is this mine? Is that what it's called? I think it is. Or I don't know. What's the name of my house? No, this is some kind of church. So is my house on the map now? And I need to know where, I guess. Was it the stretch apartment? Is that what that is? Do I still have the goal, I guess? Let's see. No, I don't have the gold anymore. I did it. Oh, visit your new manor in the Aquila City core. So I have a manor, too. I have an apartment. This was... So my house... So I have a manor here, too, though. But I guess my house should probably be on the... Well, it should be on the scanner, I think. I don't know which one it is. It's probably that. Like, it probably was that stretch apartment. That's probably the house. I guess I have two pieces of property here, which makes the whole city a lot more attractive to me. Yeah, so cool. Keelacor Menaki, huh? Oh, cool. Yeah, this place is huge. And I could just stuff boxes all along the hallways like my best friend likes to do. My best friend, he's into vinyl. So he'll stack boxes around the edge of the walls, all around the rooms, as he just buys it off Craigslist or on Market or whatever. He feels, well, at least he used to have a real bad vinyl addiction. And so all along the edge of the wall, there would be boxes stacked all the way to the ceiling full of vinyl that he got for fuck cheap. He's smart, too. Those vinyls, they'll be worth a lot of money one day. So there's two doors here. Oh, no, Aquila City, that's locked, and this is the Keelacor Manor key. That's odd. Is it a different entrance? I guess it is. It's just never been unlocked before. So now I'm, like, coded to the door, and I can always just pass through it when I want. Locks are gonna get better as time gets by. Oh, no, what's that sound? Oh, no! Jump out. Go, go. Fuck are you doing?
Active.
Get the drone. No, don't get the drone, just leave. There's a Raphael, Tempest, and a Loki. You're gonna pop my mobile track unit, huh? Yeah. It's whatever. It's 9 million. I have 10 billion. I'm sorry, it's 9 million. I have 10 billion. I don't care about that. Got pieces of shit following me around wherever I go, cocksucking up their fucking loser lives. Fucking annoying. Maybe I'll just stay in the station today, I guess. Yeah, there it is. You popped my mobile tractor unit. Good job. 8.5 mil. Congrats.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I don't need to drop the mobile trap unit until the end. Well, I made money. I know that. It is what it is. Shitheads are gonna shithead, you know? Wait, what? Oh, no. Okay, and then I gotta replace some drones that I left. 7. Let's do 2 more, yeah. I might have that one still. Oh, wait. I think I'll leave it. Instincts don't feel right. I think this guy wants to escalate or whatever and suck some big dick or whatever he does with his loser-ass live. And I'm not going to feed into it, and I'm not going to feed the troll. Born losers are going to born loser. If it gets toxic, just stop playing the game or whatever. They're all tablet brain rot fucking retards. So if you wait 5 minutes, they go away. Because they don't have... They're already on TikTok as we speak right now, I guarantee it. Because they don't, you know, they don't have the attention span. Even on Eve, they don't have it. Now, primary sources, okay. Oh, I'm in Goblin Land. That's not too good. Oops. I will go up under just chatting because these shitheads have been harassing me wherever I go. So I'm just gonna, you know, get off the channel and let E players suck their own dicks for a while. Fucking losers. Everywhere I go, I get harassment. It's so fucking annoying. You see it? It's on the hour, every hour, no matter where I go. Different people all the time. Harassment, no matter where I go. Born losers. Bullies. Fucking bullies. Why won't you open my thing? Okay. Thank you. Dude, what's this Semi and Blink stack? I need to see. Stone Skin does, but I don't think Blink does. That's good though. Or maybe it does. I don't know. I don't remember. Let's see. No. So Blink won't stack, but that's okay. Phalanx does, which is funny. Save. Maybe it's just a player. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'll just block his ass. Fuck it. I'm not trying to make some shithead fixate. Go on about your loser life. I'm not the fucking target you're looking for, piece of shit, goddamn worthless bully, suck my dick. I'm not the fucking target you're looking for, piece of shit. Go fixate on somebody else. Loser. Shepherd's pie. Oops. I'm gonna move these over. Okay, now we melee him a ton. Or no, that sound effect is really annoying. I actually would prefer thunder, actually. There we go. These things can't hit me. Just the right spec. Fun to fight goblins.
My husband is like a super involved, like he's not millennial, he's Gen X, but he's like got a millennial sensibility of like how involved he is with our girls. And he is like, before we had kids, he was like, we were having conversations about how he was worried about work and he doesn't want people at his work to think that like he's not. And I'm like, dude, let me show you some research. Let me show you some, like you get like a benefit from being
fatherhood bump.
Yes,
They literally
you get
have a word for it.
People will see you. And also I think that there's something that happens just to parents, and not only parents, but I think this is just anecdata. I think that when you're taking care of somebody or you feel responsible for somebody, I tend to work harder. Like I think that there's like I think that men who have children being seen as productive, it might be partly sexism on the part of their bosses, but it might also be sexism, or it might also be like something kind of real where they're like, oh my God, I got to take care of these
but
kids.
then why are women at the bottom? Why aren't then mothers over unmarried women, right? It's just, it's seen differently. And no, I think you're right. And then even to go along with that, there's also data that shows that like if a woman leaves early and a man leaves early, like people assume that the woman is leaving early for parenting duties, and then when a man leaves early, they assume that it's for a work event, you know. And by the way, like this isn't a like men suck, and women assume that too. You know, it's all inside of us, just as a society. And so, yeah, I think policy changes, you know, certainly help. But yeah, there needs to be a cultural, you know, shift. And America hates moms. I mean, I can say that because I'm Canadian. It's just like. It's
I always
crazy.
forget you're Canadian, Liz.
I know, me too, and I'm working on it. This can turn into a therapy session.
Yeah, America does hate moms.
What is wrong with me?
My friend Cloud
it's
Candy,
like, she's so nice and she's so cool and she's so
she
smart.
struggles so hard.
Canadian.
We're not all the same. I'm gonna be really rude. So that America really hates moms. It's clear to everyone else, and it's really funny to me that just, I mean, especially that Republicans just go around thinking they're like, you know, again, the family part. Like, no, in the world, like, it's just you I mean, there's just no words.
Yeah.
It's so like on the nose.
Yeah, it is super interesting though. Like this, my first thought, because I'm kind of like, you know, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Like I was like, conservative hypocrisy, because
Oh, interesting.
because it's like they say they want more people to get married. Okay, let's just pretend that
Yeah.
that's something that I agree with. I don't really care one way or the other, but
Yeah.
let's just say,
Yeah.
if that is a goal that you want to enact through policy changes, then the focus needs to not be on bringing women down, but on bringing men up.
Yeah.
Because women who aren't graduating from college are having children regardless. They're just not including the men in those family structures because they're making economically sound choices about like whether or not that adds to their lives. You know, like,
100%.
do you want to have a man in your house who is like not going to help support the family economically, or support the children, or support you, like,
Or actively hurt you?
Yeah.
I mean, again, like, this, I'm not going to go into a whole anthropological explanation, but I want to, of just the other thing that's sort of ridiculous about the Republican Party is that they sort of always use these sort of evolutionary, you know, sort of arguments to prove, again, women are meant to be mothers, and if you're not a mother, then you're going against your, you know, nature, or if women work, you're going against your nature. And like, women's nature is to take care, is to make sure that they survive and that their offspring survives. You're not going to date a guy or get married or reproduce with a guy who, again, is actively abusive. That's just like a non-starter. And I'm not talking about women. This happens like across the animal kingdom. Like, humans are actually not special. Women, you know, want to be with men who show long-term investment, who can show long-term investment, not just in them, not just like, oh, he'll take you out on cute dates, but like, can he afford diapers? Can he afford, you know, to buy a house with me? And coming back to the missing men, you know, sometimes even that argument is sort of framed in this weird, like, well, women don't want to date men who are economically unviable, you know? It's sort of this red pill thing. And it's like, no, I don't want to, like, it's not good for our survival as a species if, like, if we're just, like, having sex with deadbeat dads and then our kids are unable to go to school, unable to feed themselves, you know, end up taking drugs, whatever. Like, that is not good. And so women's impulse actually right now, I think, to not have to I mean, you say you know, the marriage rate is sort of if you go into the subcategories, it's not going down for women with college degrees, but overall marriage rates and birth rates are going down. And I truly think that is like, that's not even an intellectual thing for women. I think it is a biological, like, no, these men are not viable, and I will not be healthy, and my baby won't be healthy. So why the fuck would I bring a kid into the world who's gonna be unhappy or, you know, end up dead? Like, it's actually like, that's biology, not like, oh, I must become a mom at all costs and have 10 babies and 5 of them are gonna, you know, live horrible lives or not live at all. Like, that's actually, you're demented. Like, that's crazy. No species would ever do that.
Yeah, the choice itself is a biological expression.
It is.
Like, whether to have or not to have children is like the response to your biological circumstances.
And just to add to what you just said, abortion is also a natural process that happens in the animal kingdom. Like, females will literally lose their offspring once they are pregnant if there's a new, you know, alpha that would be a threat to the baby. Like, it just drives me crazy that we somehow, you know, are painted as the party that doesn't get nature and like are going against our nature. It's like feminism and like abortion rights is actually pro evolution. It's pro by like our survival as a species, and like that's the thing that drives me insane. Like they're like by trying to raise the things that they're trying to do to raise the birth rates are the exact way that they're gonna make us go extinct. Like forcing like losers, you know, forcing us to have sex with losers.
Yeah.
Like I'm sorry, like that's not gonna end up well.
Right.
Like,
I kind of just I'm like kind of I haven't made up my mind yet, so I'm glad we're talking this through. But it's sort of like, to what do we owe that? Like, we're losers. I'm using that. Obviously, it doesn't encapsulate every single man who is removed from the marriage market, because I think that a lot of, as you mentioned, a lot of people are unjustly incarcerated.
And men are losers because of patriarchy. It's
right.
like, it's not their fault.
Yeah.
You know, the men who are losers, they're not all losers, but yeah.
Yeah.
When we say that, that's what we mean.
Yes, the losers in the system.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we solved it, Liz. No, when you were just talking, I want to say one more thing before we wrap this up. This is such an interesting conversation. But I learned something this week and I don't know if it's true, but it was on Instagram, so it's
you never know.
True.
Yeah.
It was about female bears. Apparently, female bears will mate with as many males as possible because it will leave up to question whether or not the offspring belongs to any of the male bears, and the male bears are less likely to kill offspring if they think that it might be theirs. So the female bear carries around a fertilized bear zygote for months and months. And then if she's eaten enough by the end of the summer, then she gets pregnant. And if not, she just has her bear period.
I'm obsessed. Bear period. That's how I feel.
Why can't we do that as humans?
No, but like that shows you the intelligence of the female body.
Yeah.
Like humans aren't different, and all of these patriarchal laws literally are removing that intelligence. They're like blocking that intelligence. I'm not an expert on bears, but I 100% believe that. Like women are great. Like, stop taking away our ability to make decisions, because we truly, left to our own devices, like following the natural order of things, like we make the best decisions for our offspring, for babies, for other people's babies. So I love that. And even, I mean, you want to talk about, I'm not an expert in ducks, okay, but I'm an expert in duck rape. Yeah. Which, don't Google it. It's very terrifying. But basically, the female duck, because gang rape is so
ducks
common.
Ducks are terrible.
Ducks are male ducks.
They're terrible.
They need some therapy, okay? They've been watching too much Andrew Tate. So male ducks are so rapey that female ducks actually have, again, evolution, because the female body is so smart, their bodies have evolved to have like a secret door to eject the sperm of a rapist.
Yes. Okay, you know how I know that? Have you ever read the book Eve by Catherine Hannon?
She's everything to me.
Right.
She's everything to me.
That book is so good. That's so funny. I loved that book.
That is like the best. That should be, again, everyone who runs for office should read that book first, and they won't, because they don't know how to read. But like, if everyone read that book, I think this country would look a lot more different. And there's just, Erin, what are we gonna do?
Well, I think first of all we need to champion substantive changes that help improve the lives of men and women. But I think that I read this and I'm like, we still got to start with the moms. We got to make life better for the moms.
Yes,
and then I can move on.
Everyone else does better.
Yeah,
you know.
Everyone else does
well, the
better.
upside. Okay, and on a positive note, the fact that women don't have secret pockets to eject sperm means that men are not inherently a violent species. That rape is not supposed to be as common as unfortunately it is, because women are. I mean, that's Kat's sort of like
that's Kat's
theory. I mean, she won't she's a scientist, so she always but basically, if I'm just making her argument as simple as possible, that's basically there's a hopeful part in that intelligence.
Consent is built into our biology, and I think that this marriage pattern is an expression of that consent.
I agree.
All right, Liz Plank, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
It pleases and sparkles.
The United States of America was once a promising dream for many. Now, for some, it's turning into a nightmare.
The golden age of America begins right now. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
How so?
It really is an authoritarian takeover.
A nation once called a shining beacon of democracy is in turmoil.
They're saying you're trying to take over the republic. These people are sick.
President Trump fiercely attacks opponents and parts of the media.
Well, it's fake news. You know, it's just so, it's so fake. That's why
There's my
the
recast.
media has so little credibility.
Probably
The
off the
playbook I
screen.
know from my home is playing out in the United States. The erosion of institutions and state brutality destroyed democracy in Turkey and drove me into exile.
Fascists gained power legally. They entered through the legal system and used it to destroy it.
I've seen the collapse of the rule of law firsthand
Oh, no, my
and where it
headphones are
leads.
dying.
The ordinary people need a strong leader to direct them and guide them.
Right now, the United States is a dictatorship.
After 250 years of independence, is the torch of liberty fading? Or will it refuse to go dark?
Everything's been so shitty. 9/11 in Afghanistan, the bank crisis, COVID, Trump,
A single
the
bullet
assassinations,
deepened polarization in American society.
ICE.
In
It's
September
just been
2025,
fucking bad. It's not the American dream. It's the American fascist dream. It's not the American dream. It's not the American dream anymore. It's the American nightmare. It's the American fascist nightmare. All the stuff has been so bad the last 26 years. I know, because it was just, you know. I mean, I did my part. I paid my taxes. I worked. You know, I tried to be somebody. I tried to be a lead singer in a band. I tried to be a, even though it's negative, I tried to be a drug dealer. I tried to be a ton of things. Taxi driver, cashier. I tried to work, and this climate, it's like, it's so difficult now for everybody. I couldn't pay the rent. I couldn't pay the rent. I would work 60-hour weeks, and I couldn't pay the rent. I had drug addictions and problems, but I mean, I also couldn't pay the rent. I couldn't catch a break. For somebody who worked all their fucking life, I couldn't catch a fucking break. And eventually I was just like, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not doing this. And that's when somebody tried to kill me with a circular saw.
Charlie Kirk, founder of the right-wing youth organization Turning Point USA, was fatally shot while speaking at an event. A leading voice in the Make America Great Again movement, Kirk was closely aligned with Donald Trump. Kirk's killing sent shockwaves. In my home country,
he was
Turkey,
talking about
assassinations
negatively
are
about
tools
trans
to crash
people up until
dissent.
the second he died, and that's my takeaway for that.
US
That's how I
President
feel
Donald
about
Trump
it.
wasted no time naming a culprit before the perpetrator was even known.
For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country
Yeah,
today.
his anti-trans
And it
rhetoric.
must-
Yes, his anti-trans rhetoric got his ass killed. It was him. You think we did this? We didn't kill Charlie Kirk.
Stop right
We're not like that. We're not like you.
now.
1
We don't stand on violence.
month after Kirk's killing, President Trump held a roundtable meeting on the anti-fascist movement Antifa, calling it a domestic terror group.
The epidemic of left-wing violence and Antifa-inspired terror has been escalating for nearly a decade. At universities, Antifa has organized riotous mobs to attack campus speakers. I see it all the time. And these are agitators, anarchists, and they're paid. And you'll find that out. You'll be finding it out very soon. You should see what we have on these people. These are bad people. These are people that want to destroy our country. We're not going to let it happen.
Jack Posobiec, a right-wing influencer, sounded the alarm at the White House meeting.
Jack, please say a few words.
And Mr. President, I think the situation is getting worse. Antifa is real, We need to do something
What?
about this because I
No,
fear
it
that the next
isn't.
one.
You fucking idiot. No, it isn't. You guys, you didn't play with this. Didn't play well for you either. This idea that Antifa is real. Oh yeah, well then go find their headquarters. Go find any proof that they have any kind of organization at all. You won't. You'll see some kids on the streets doing protests, standing up for their right to assemble and all this stuff. But you don't but you're not going to find actual organizations or anything like that. If you do, they're going to be like theater troops and stuff like that. You're not going to find anybody like what the right wing does, which is militias and armed services and war and death and bullshit. You're never ever going to find that out of the left. It's just, we just don't do stuff like that. I'm sorry. That's the fucking difference. You know? We don't sit around like David Koresh with M16s and fuck with the government or whatever like you're trying to say that we do. That's stuff that you guys do. That's stuff that you guys do. Like the Proud Boys. That's not us. We don't do that stupid shit to you. We didn't kill Charlie Kirk.
Who could be killed could be sitting at
What
this
left
table
winger
right
do you
now.
know runs around with a fucking full-blown assault rifle? What? Maybe Luigi, I guess. Luigi, I guess. I don't like Luigi. You know? Fucking Luigi set a really bad standard for the left. If he even is left. I don't know, man. That guy looked like an assassin who had watched too many war films, in my opinion.
The left-wing movement, Antifa, came more in the
That doesn't
spotlight
sound like the left to me. That sounds like the right.
after Trump was first elected president. Associated activists played a leading role in protest marches against the far right especially, with some clashes turning violent.
We need to cover our faces to protect our identity.
From them?
Yeah.
And from the police too?
From the police as well. Because when anytime anything happens, it's always us who are blamed.
In 2016, shortly after Trump was elected president, Charlie Kirk set up a website called Professor Watchlist.
What?
The site, evoking McCarthy-era America, exposed the names, photos, and views of academics alleged to be leftist. Among them, a man named Mark Bray. It reminded me of the Turkish Interior Ministry's wanted list of terrorists. Because of a news story I wrote that the government didn't like, my name was also among them. Traveling abroad is now risky, especially to countries that might extradite me to Turkey. According to my lawyers, Trump's America is now one of them. And I'm not the only one whose safety is in jeopardy.
Rutgers University historian Mark Bray fled to Spain.
And after he says Turning Point USA publicized his work on Antifa.
He's received threats and calls for his firing after an online petition last week accused him of being Antifa aligned.
I'm flying to Spain to meet Mark Bray, who wrote a book called Antifa, the Anti-Fascist Handbook in 2017, describing the rise of fascism and how to fight it. He hastily left his home country in October 2025, just like I had to leave my own 10 years ago.
Well, he had to
Bray
leave.
was put into the spotlight 10 days after Trump labeled Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization.
What?
And 2 students from Turning...
The kids at the protest, you fucking idiot. You know, you sound like J. Edgar Hoover. He didn't go over well. Neither did Nixon. Jesus fucking Christ, man. You're talking about the kids at the protest, and I mean kids. They're like kids. They're either old boomers who are worried about their social security checks, or they're kids, young teenagers and shit, like teenagers to like 24-year-olds and shit like that. Like there's no one in between. Everybody else has to go to work and be a serf. And it's crazy. You're talking about like kids and old people. You're talking about kids and old people, motherfucker. Like what?
Turning Point USA.
And yeah, sure, they'll break some windows and riot, but I mean, like, they're not gonna hurt anybody. Like, you know, they're there to exercise their right to assemble, which is built into that Constitution you say you value so highly. But you don't act like you come and you bust them up the minute they assemble, because you are, you know, against the Constitution.
Started a petition urging the university to fire Bray. One accusation against the professor being an Antifa financier for donating to a fund that provides aid to anti-fascist activists. I must admit that I never expected that a high-profile academic would have to flee a country like the United States of America.
Those kids at the protests, I say again, those kids at the protests, I filmed both of the what's it called, the No Kings protests, and like, I mean, those kids at the protests, that's what you mean. You keep saying Antifa, you actually mean kids at the protests. You saw them on my video, like that they're kids and old people singing stuff about you fascists are gonna lose. That's all they are. They're nothing more than that. You can go down there and see them. You yourself, no matter who you are, from Trump on down to the viewers in my channel, you can go down to these protests and see who these people are. They're your fellow Americans. And no, they aren't violent. They sit there and they like, you know, they tailgate and they like bottleneck and they parade through the streets and they have their bullhorns and their loudspeakers and they sit there and they sing songs about protests and stuff, and but that's the extent of their evil. That's it. That's like, well, I mean, it's not this thing about like, oh, they're hurting anybody. That's the right wing. They're the one with the pigs in the ice killing people like Alex Preddy and all this. We don't kill people. Well, I don't think we killed Charlie Kirk either. And I'm sorry, but Luigi, he has a leftist message, but what it really is this terrible, fucking unacceptable anger towards the healthcare system to the point where he killed someone. That's what that really was. That's not the same thing as Antifa. Antifa will never, ever, ever go mess with a health or medical professional. I'm sorry, or whatever. Not Antifa, but like the left. The left is not going to ever go fuck with like health medical professionals. We don't believe in violence. So that guy, he used the one thing that the left considers a no-no to get what he wanted, which was like recognition about, we all know, I don't know what he was after, Luigi, besides the fact of murder. Because, yeah, we're aware how bad these terrible HMOs are. We've been aware since, I don't know, 1990 or something like that. He acted like nobody knew, and the tablets don't know. They're all watching TikTok. They don't know. But I know, and everybody older than me knows. Everybody knows how bad the HMOs are. We deal with them all day, every day. We know, we don't know all day, every day, but we deal with them a lot. We know how bad the HMOs are. We know how bad these HMOs are. Why did Luigi make us look bad? Why did the Butler shooter make us look bad? These are all right-wing plants probably from Project 2025. It's probably right up in there, the Project 2225. Get sleeper cells to act like liberals while they kill right-wing fucking figureheads. Because Charlie Kirk was he was a successful streamer, but he wasn't known to the world until the day he died. The world didn't know him. Nobody had any idea. I had no idea who he was up until the day he died. I really had no fucking idea. I'd never heard his name before. That's how it's going to be for most of the rest of the world. Now his name is like a plague, because it's like the drums of the right wing beating. It's like those horns that they play in Lord of the Rings when the orcs are coming to town. Wah! That's what it sounds like to me. Charlie Kirk is like, wah! As the right wing sounds their horns and begins to stomp, basically civilians and people of color and all types of shit with ice. It's just disgusting. It's like orcs have come to town, and we're supposed to honor them. No. The answer is no. I can't drop the target to see what his health bar is. It's like, what is the target, motherfucker? Get out of this. I'm glitched or something that's probably going to cause me to die. Oh, well. No, there was the goblin's health. He's like halfway, something. Nice. Nice. That's good. No, I don't want this. Stop this. Stop this now. Disengage. This is disgusting. Let's go, motherfucker. Okay. Oops. I realize now that I don't have Utsusemi on the bar. That's why that's happening. Okay. That's why I'm I'll worry about it in between. This is fine. I do need a weapon buff. Yeah, and thunder for some extra damage. Oh, that's part of it too. I have a shield on for some stupid ass reason. Yeah, I have a shield on for some reason. That's not good either. There we go. So can't see my recount. That sucks. Okay, I feel like I can probably move forward here. Give the tablet a bit of time to go brain rot himself. And go goon or whatever. Okay, leaving.
Warp drive active.
Why? Oh, he got a triple attack. Yeah. Beat his ass. Beat his ass. Blizzard to his ass and kill him. Aw. Kill you. Die, motherfucker. Yeah, it turned out like some pretty good damage right there. It was... No, it wasn't. It was 100 damage, but oh well. He was a little tougher. Yeah, he's paying real good XP. He's tougher. So, yeah. Time to sit down. Okay. Go on to kill other battleships. Kind of annoying, actually. I go out that direction. Don't log me. There's all these endless missions, side missions and stuff. And but I do want to just keep working on a no mods character. I was thinking I would mod this game, but no, I don't need to mod this game. There's like I don't need to make it any easier than it already is. I can't steal all that? Okay, that's good. I guess I am actually on the right track here.
So Antifa is your first book?
Second book.
Second book.
I wrote a book about Occupy Wall Street.
Oh, okay.
and the Role of Anarchist Politics in Occupy Wall Street. That was published in 2014. And frankly, without that book, I don't think that they would have asked him to write the anti-fascism book because, first-time authors, there's a lot of apprehension, but if you have a book under your belt, here we are.
Yeah, that's good.
Then they're not as concerned.
So it's more than a bookstore, I guess. It's
publisher and meeting space and cultural center. So yeah, they got a lot going on here. It's really cool.
And here's one.
Yeah.
The familiar one.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's a popular subject nowadays, huh?
Yeah, there's so much being published about the far right in the U.S. and Europe and beyond, and it's on a lot of people's minds.
Yeah. Why have you chosen Antifa as a subject?
Well, it really kind of came out of my activism in a sense that I went to protest Trump's inauguration in early 2017. I ended up writing an article explaining anti-fascist politics because it was pertinent to what was going on, using my knowledge of the history of the left. And then basically a publisher in the United States heard me speak about it on the radio and said, hey, can you turn that interview into a book?
Okay.
And
it all started like this.
I was younger, more enthusiastic and ambitious. I said, yeah, sure, I'll turn it into a book.
I do like this one. So it's only in the
That's only in the Spanish edition. Yeah, that the Capitan Swing, the Spanish publisher, came up with that image, yeah. The debate is whether the swastika is poop or is the dog pooping on a swastika. That's up for debate.
I'm more close to the first version. So because of your work, you've been getting a lot of threats and some death threats as well. What kind of threats were they?
Well, here, this is one of the more recent ones. We will behead your kids. Commie hunting starts from an email address with a Nazi reference.
What is it?
Well, it has 1488. And so the 14 next to 88, the 8th letter of the alphabet is H. 88, HH is Heil Hitler. So Commie Killer 1488 is a pretty Nazi handle.
But of course, you cannot ignore them. I mean, you cannot say that it's a garbage.
That was my first inclination. But, I have 2 small children, and we saw with Charlie Kirk, right? Just some random guy shot him. You never know what can happen, especially in a country with so many guns. And then this is the one that really changed it initially was this one, your violent rhetoric is under investigation with my home address in New Jersey.
This was.
And then 2 days, and then 2 days later it was published on X.
So this was your turning point?
This was my turning point, yes.
All white people. All angry.
In the United States of America, you don't have to apologize for being white anymore.
What?
Charlie Kirk understood one thing. We are at war. It's a political war.
A war demands warriors. In late 2025, around 30,000 people attended Turning Point USA's America Fest. Charlie Kirk's face is everywhere. 3 months after his death, he's celebrated like a martyr. Influencers like Jack Posobiec, who has spread conspiracies and amplified far-right content, carry on Turning Point's mission.
The worst thing we could do for Charlie's legacy is to surrender, is to let the left win, the violent left that took Charlie away from us.
You fucking idiot.
I'm not gonna let them win. Are you gonna let them win? Are you going to let the violence and the anger and the division win? Or are you going to stand together and be that coalition?
I think the last time the left did anything crazy was the Senator baseball game. That's the last time the left is actually, besides Luigi and the Senator baseball game, and those are outliers, and I don't believe either one of them were left wing. Like, we don't do stuff like that. Name another time. But I can name a bunch of times you guys did this, though. Like Ferguson, or down there in Florida, what's his name? Or Ahmaud Arbery, or Alex Preddy. It just goes on, like the list goes on of all the people the right has killed in the last 5 years. It's just insane. We are known for this. We, under our name, like accusations you could actually land would be like Luigi and the Senator baseball game. That's like it. Remember, there's like a Senator baseball game where some leftist shot at a bunch of right-wing senators. That's it. Those are like the 2 times in the media I can think of in the last 5 years that the left have acted like that. I suppose you could say Charlie Kirk if you believe that the guy who shot him was a leftist, but I don't know. I think he was actually just a trans guy. Really angered him for his anti-trans stuff. But he was also obviously paying attention to him, so he's a right-winger. What leftist is going to pay attention to Charlie Kirk unless it's their job? Like, you know, so it just doesn't compute. It never did. It's like, okay, why would a leftist trans person be watching Charlie Kirk? Why? Because you're scared of him? That's not a good reason why you're hate watching him, I guess. No, that rhetoric would be so fucking offensive to you, you wouldn't be able to handle it, which is what happened. So the guy just killed him, and I'm sorry, but that's a right-wing action. Taking a gun and killing somebody, that's right-wing. They're the one who stands with NRA and believes in all these guns and stuff. Leftists are like, let it be. We're like, we'll sing you a song like Let It Be by the Beatles. That's not how this works. You can have this fantasy that the left is violent, but for every 50 cases or 100 cases, something like that, of some school shooter dressing up like Columbine or whatever, or fucking, you know, Century 16, every last one of those guys are right-wing extremists. And we don't see a lot of that out of the left. And when you do, you always wonder if it's an outlier, because a good leftist believes in Gandhi, peaceful protest, and civil disobedience.
That Donald J. Trump and
the worst you're going to see out of us is civil disobedience, like showing up and kind of challenging the cops at the protests. That's the worst you'll ever see out of the left. That's the ideal. That's Ralph Waldo Emerson. I've read the book before. It's Civil Disobedience. It's very good, and it is about this. It's like we have an old and storied history about this in America, like with our transcendentalist authors and all this. That's the left. That's who the left actually is. And we've been like that since Ralph Waldo Emerson. You know, Thoreau. That's the left. I grew up in coffee shops, reading Jack Kerouac, reading, Starving Hysterical Naked. Who's that? William S. Burroughs, Naked Lunch, and, you know, all this stuff, right? At the Mercury Cafe, reciting poetry and smoking my pot and drinking my coffee or whatever, right? That was my life. Being a punker, being a punker in a band and stuff. That's the worst that we get. That's the worst that the left gets is punkers in a band. That's about as extreme as the left gets is somebody screaming on stage in a punk band. I'm dead serious too. That's as extreme as the left gets. I swear to God. We might put on masks and stuff and go to protests, but we don't harm anybody. There's no record of that. There's Alex Preddy and Nicole Good, but there's not like, you know, Renee and Nicole Good, but there's not, you know, there's not a lot of times where the leftists have been known to that was a right wing fucking ice guy just icing some fucking leftist. It's insane because she was gay probably. And I'm sorry, it's just the misconceptions about the left and the right is insane. Like when I say it on my stream all the time, when the right wing gets out of hand, when the left wing gets out of hand, you get peace-loving flower revolutions with STDs and sexual revolutions and stuff like that. That's what happens when the left gets out of hand. You get like free love, you know, revolutions and stuff like this. But you don't, but you know, and then occasionally there's like, you know, communist left who are, you know, violent, and that happens in other foreign countries where they struggle with communism and poverty and stuff. But like the modern left in America, we don't fuck with shit like that. We don't. We're also not communists. We're not socialists. We're just the left. We all work jobs to pay for the $5 a gallon of gas so we can drive to the doctor or drive to go buy food. We're not fucking we prefer to share. So you could call us like kind of socialists in that respect, where we like to share our ethos is to share before conserve. But I mean that's the extent of the worst of the left. So you could say Luigi stood with us. And the left did embrace him, but I don't really understand that. Why would you embrace violence like that? It's weird.
Bobby Kennedy and Elon Musk and Charlie Kirk joined together in 2024. Are you going to...
I don't want to do this like tribal politics anymore. I'm going to go on to something else. I wish Inside Games didn't have that crappy porno music in the background. I'd watch more of their stuff. I think it's that time. I'm gonna say don't recommend channel. I think it's that time. I know when I go in that channel, it's going to be poopy, you know, undo, go back, click on the channel for a second, and I'm going to unsub and unfollow.
More bad news for Bungie,
which is unfortunate.
On this week's Inside Games round. Bungie is reportedly trying to pitch new projects, including possible future games. And
there's that crappy porn music. Yeah, here it goes. Unsub. It's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate. I didn't really want it like that, but...
Are you going to let the violence and the anger
and
the
is.
division
Don't
win?
recommend channel. I'm getting Inside Games off the channel. They're giving off that whole Ralph vibe from Shill Up. Yeah, they've got like a Shill Up vibe. Yeah, Danny DeVito is built different, yeah. Frostbreak talking about Fallout New Vegas' DLC. Economists are full of shit. Yeah, I know.
When was the last significant period of wage growth? Because we point to the 80s as the beginning of wage stagnation and the explosion of inequality. But when was the last significant period of wage growth, and what can we learn from that time?
Yeah, so what's interesting is that actually we've had better wage growth in the last 10 years than we had in the 40 years prior. It's a funny thing to think about because it's also happening in the context of a lot of challenges. And the challenges are that we've had, high cost of living increases, and we've had, of course, a pandemic. But we actually, after the pandemic, in a very tight labor market, ended up raising pay at the bottom of the distribution. And this is one of the lessons of the book, is that if we choose to pursue full employment policies, we can certainly have better wage outcomes for those at the bottom and the middle of the pay scale. It's really interesting. If you look at when wages grew between 1980 and the present day, certainly, but let's say before the pandemic, between 1979 and 2019, there were only 7 years of tight labor market, and that was responsible for almost entirety of the actual pay growth in the middle and the bottom of the distribution. So that sort of highlights how important a full employment policy is. So this is what I say, like in what I think we need to do, we can start with making sure we do ensure that we have plentiful jobs, because that particularly matters for raising pay by increasing worker leverage in the middle and the bottom of the distribution.
Full employment sounds like something that would make every Fed chair in history have some sort of mental episode over. Can you explain why their thinking has been flawed and where your theory of full employment diverges?
Yeah, so it's really interesting. After 1980, we went through an extended period where we had pretty elevated unemployment rate. Unemployment rate, was rarely as low as 4% after 1980 than before. So one of the reasons is because after the inflation episode of 1970s, the Fed became very wary of reducing unemployment rate. And this was a problem because that actually took a real bite out of the paycheck for working Americans until the late 1990s. And this was a really interesting period because the Fed initially was going to start raising the interest rates very quickly because unemployment rate looked like it was too low. And at that time, too low was like even under 5%, which is, even now, that would just be kind of not a good idea. And so, but then they're like, wait, unemployment's falling, but it's not like inflation is going out of control. So maybe we should let it continue. And this was the first time we saw a couple of years, about 3-4 years of strong wage growth for the bottom and the middle of the pay scale in the late 1990s. And this was some learning happened here. The Fed, for the first time, said like, okay, maybe this is all right. Maybe we should allow this. And a similar thing happened in the late 2010s, where again, there was a lot of concern, like unemployment rate is maybe getting too low, but again, there was some learning. So I think that there is, of course, a balancing act at the, where there is some amount of unemployment. Is it possible that it could be too low? It's possible, but in my mind, we've rarely been there. The problem has been largely the opposite. We've spent too much time in slack labor markets, and that's really, again, taken a bite out of working people's paycheck.
It's also important in analyzing the state of the current economy, where you can have really low unemployment, but there can be mass underemployment because we really have like this whole part of our economy that is reliant on part-time work, gig work, people taking second jobs to supplement things. I saw that a majority of teachers in this country have second jobs now, let alone the people that maybe are reliant on gig work as their full-time profession. It doesn't seem like our traditional metrics have caught up to that reality in the economy that is such a sizable portion.
So, this is one of the things that I talk about in the book is that, the macro policy, like pursuing full employment, is a really important part, but it's not going to get you all the way there. We can't simply stop there. And this is exactly the kind of issues that you raise exactly highlight where we need other ways to make sure pay stays, and that includes in the gig economy, for example. And this is where really policies that really actually sets wage floors is so important. The starting point is the minimum wage, okay? And here it is just a really, a telling fact that we have gone for more than a generation without raising the federal minimum wage. That's never happened since the minimum wage was introduced back in 1938. And so this is, a terrible way to set policy. Thankfully, we do have 30 states that have state minimum wages, but that means 20 states, nearly half the country, effectively only has $7.25, which, by the way, is essentially like not having a minimum wage because it's so low that, there's less than 1% of the workforce that is actually paid that amount. So this is a natural starting place. And what I show is that, we can do well to pursue a more robust minimum wage policy. And I can talk more about the evidence of what we know from that.
Please do.
Yeah. So of course, the first worry that you hear about, and not unreasonably perhaps, is that, well, if you make companies pay a minimum wage, won't they just stop hiring? And that logic kind of makes sense in a simple kind of Econ 101 supply and demand framework. Well, you're raising wage, so employers are hiring less. But the reality is that that's not exactly how the labor market works, because when employers have a lot of monopoly power, here's that funny word again, they're choosing to keep pay low, even though they realize that that means a lot of workers are turning over, right, every month. It may be hard to even fill vacancies, but it's still worth it for the maximizing profit, because otherwise you have to raise the wages for everyone. So in that world, when the government comes in and sets the minimum wage, you may not actually kill jobs. You may actually kill vacancies, because it becomes easier to attract and retain workers. And that's exactly what we find. So there's a large volume of literature that has really studied this question. Unfortunately, it's actually, ironically, I should say, the dysfunction of our minimum wage setting has been a bonanza for nerds like me who want to study the minimum wage, because here we have, for example, 30 states that have raised the minimum wage, 20 states have not, and we've gone for over a generation. Well, you can look to see what happened. Do we actually see jobs really booming in those 20 states that didn't raise minimum wage, and jobs just disappearing in the 30 that did? Absolutely not. We find that, in fact, jobs have grown fairly similarly in these two states, including for lower wage workers, even though pay has grown a lot more in the 30 states that have raised it. So in some of my work, for example, I study what happens in one side of the border when the minimum wage rises in one state and not the other, because these are relatively similar areas. So it's like a natural experiment. It's like I kind of went in, in a lab, like, here, I'm going to raise wage here and not there. Let's see what happens. Of course, we don't do that in reality, but this approximates that sort of an experiment. And the reality is that these suggest that minimum wages have been highly effective in raising bottom pay without really the worrying job losses that we have heard so much about.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take...
That's good.
But
Stop. Oh, no, stop. Did we watch that one? Yeah, I think we did. Ooh, it's not looks to go back to the main page. Those are always funny, NPC archivists. Secret Service shot someone near White House. What? Wow, that's a mess. I can't believe that. It's like darker now, isn't it? It is, it's like darker now. Give me a more clear day than this. real nuts. Fuck you. It's my nuts. I really like these nuts, so I'm not letting them go. I'll fight you for them. Yeah, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire squirrel life. This thing full of nuts. Yeah, I'm not letting it go. I'll kill your ass. It's like if you found like 100 pounds of meth, you'd be like, no, it's mine. You can't have it. You fight the cops for it. It's mine. You can't have it. Oh, look, here's a much clearer day. See, I was like, I've seen this clearer than this, right? Yeah, here we go. Now we're going out there to that water, that garden thing, which is a cool thing. It's a bit of cool content. There's a garden outside of Aquila. I have to go do something there. Oh, my headphones have not died yet, huh? Well, that's good. No, they were right there. Or no. I'll just let my headphones die.
Yes, dears. Unfortunately, I was right again. I want to make clear, I am not a medical professional, I am not a nutritionist, I am not a dietitian, but I will be citing their works and their studies throughout this video. The reason why I am talking about this is because I am a concerned citizen who's getting really tired of this shit. Hello, ladies, men, and non-binary friends. Welcome back. Yes, as many of you have probably noticed, there has been a resurgence in what I would call emaciated chic, with celebrities and skinny talk influencers showing off their collarbones, and unfortunately, thin seems to be in again. Now, these cycles in beauty and body ideals aren't new. We've actually seen this exact scenario play out multiple times over the past century, with flappers in the 1920s, the Twiggy effect in the 1960s, and of course the heroin chic of the 1990s. And to me, this offers some comfort, because it just shows how fucking fake all these trends are. They're not real.
Well, it's a set, Rue. It's not real.
It's Hollywood, yes, of course.
These things like beauty standards and beauty ideals are constantly shifting. And these are used to control primarily women, but affect everyone. They're not real. It should go without saying that what is popular right now does not define what beauty is. It's all fake, because it's just gonna change in a few years anyway when they need you to buy different shit. They'll find another thing to make you feel bad about. And to further add to this, all of these eras where thin was in were preceded by curvy and hourglass figures being the standard. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, it was the ideal feminine body to have a curvy and voluptuous figure. Lillian Russell, a singer and actress, was hailed for a generation as, quote, America's greatest beauty, and the Edwardian era popularized corsets that gave the illusion of big busts and wide hips. The 1950s was the height of Marilyn Monroe's fame, and the, quote, bombshell hourglass body type was the ideal. The 1970s and the 1980s favored a more athletic physique. While still thin, it was more focused on building strength and muscle, rather than the waif-like, almost adolescent build that was praised decades earlier. And of course, we have the 2010s with the body positivity movement, embracing plus-sized actresses and singers and highlighting them in fashion ad campaigns. In fact, Twiggy herself, who defined a generation of fashion, originally wanted to be Marilyn Monroe.
I have to switch device. Oh, did I charge my headphones? I think I did. Maybe not. That sucks, but I'll charge them. when I go. I have this problem where I can't target again. Ugh. Need to be able to see his health bar.
Whether you're thin, fat, small, dark, blonde, redhead, you want to be something else. I wanted a fairy godmother to make me look like Marilyn Monroe. I had no boobs, no hips, and I wanted it desperately. The reason why I'm talking about the history first, before we get into whatever the fuck is going on right now, is because I feel like it's important to add context so we can gain further understanding. This is not happening in a vacuum. No one has had an original experience. Everything that we are experiencing right now has been affected on what has happened many years before any of us were even born. And I really want to hit this home because when we endlessly scroll and get brainwashed by social media, it can be difficult to see the bigger picture and how this is just something that has already happened before. This article from Teen Vogue captures this idea pretty succinctly. They are tools of oppression that reinforce sexism, racism, colorism, classism, ableism, ageism, and gender norms. They are built into our society and embedded into our brains. They contribute to anxiety, depression, dysmorphia, eating disorders, self-harm, and low self-esteem. Even the oxymoronic term beauty standards sets me off. I mean, trying to contain a concept as immeasurable and incorporeal and emotional and energetic and evolving as beauty within one set standard? Why? For what reason? To serve whom? And the answer, as it always is in America, is capitalism, patriarchy, and white supremacy. The beauty standards being set by these makeup companies and now pharmaceutical companies are designed to make you feel like shit about yourself. So you buy their shit.
Buy our skinny tea, buy our slimming leggings, buy our weight loss gummies, buy our GLP-1s, subscribe to my skinny girl group chat, buy my workout plan so you can have a skinny girl summer.
It's never fucking ending. And the minute you start seeing it, you can't stop. It surrounds us. I genuinely think that this should be a part of internet safety, that like we teach to children, understanding when something is being sold to you, and ask yourself, who benefits? Is this really for me? Or is this a company creating a fake problem in my head so they can sell me a product? But that would be inherently anti-capitalist, so I seriously doubt we would ever see that kind of education in America, but I digress. The point I'm trying to make here is that it's all fucking fake. It's bogus, it's a scam wrapped in shapewear and contour. Which is why what this next bitch said is so fucking stupid.
More of you girls need to start acting your weight. You heard that correctly. Act your weight. Because if you are 160 pounds, I don't want to see any attitude. I want you to be giving all that attitude to the treadmill.
Now, on its face, it's pretty clear that this is rage bait. People are ripping her apart in the stitches and the comments. I don't need to give you attitude because your ass would be on the ground from my 145-pound fist. She wants women to look like children because she likes looking at children. She's just a closeted pedo. What a sad life to think you're nothing more than a body for some man to ogle. It's giving you're an insecure, nasty, exclusive human. You wish you had an ass like mine. I'm a solid 170. Girl, bye. Is it a bad time to tell you that your man was in my inbox? Signed 193 pounds, 5'8". Someone had my comment removed. Someone must have felt insecure. Wonder who it was. I love this one of a woman in her swimsuit eating a cookie. But to me, it's pretty clear this is someone trying to get their 5 seconds of fame, and I'm sure she will ride this out for as long as she can until she inevitably becomes irrelevant again. And I say again because this is not her first failed attempt at relevancy. Remember that I can't even say it with a straight face. Remember that Make America Hot Again campaign that everybody made fun of last year? Like pretty much like last year on the dot. Why is no one hot? They definitely played Roar by Katy Perry. That's such a specific read. Michael Scott voice, where are all the hot people? What if the mean girls in school had a political party? Concepts of hot. They need to have hot people in literally a single one of these photos. The right wants baddies so bad. Are the hot people in the room with us? Is the hot the friends we made along the way? This looks like a youth group function. Help, the shot of the empty floor with 4 loose balloons is killing me. Is this about climate change? Mind you, the hot is nowhere to be found. Not only was she a part of all that, she's the founder. But the real gag is she's fucking Canadian. She started Make America Hot Again, and she's fucking Canadian.
2 steps back and 2 notches down there, bud, okay?
And I am purposefully blurring her name because I know this kind of exposure is exactly what she wants. And I'm not going to give it. Sorry, I feel so cute and today. Now, her support for Trump has not been found anywhere in her recent posts. I wonder why. And it seemed like for a while she just posted like run-of-the-mill conservative content, pro-gun, anti-immigrant slop. But it seems she's recently started a weight loss medication and now has made being skinny her whole personality. It also appears she may have gone through a breakup recently, although this could be fake to try and improve the marketing for what I'm assuming is a coupon
Docking permission requested.
affiliate link
Docking
for these
request
weight loss
accepted.
meds. Though it would also fit in with the army of conservative women who are pick-me's and never get picked. So who knows? I'm not sure which is more embarrassing. But why do I bring this up other than to utterly humiliate this person? Well, because while most of us who grew up with the internet can pretty much clock that this is rage bait, this is someone who is deeply insecure and desperate for people to pay attention to her, some are already brainwashed by the increasingly emaciated celebrities that they keep seeing on their timelines and hear rhetoric like this and genuinely feel like shit. It affects them in a harmful way. I don't care if it's rage bait. I'm 17 years old and I weigh 160 pounds, which is more than my mom. I'm so insecure about my weight and struggling with my mental health. Seeing her video genuinely made this 10 times worse. All the confidence I have tried to build up over the past year genuinely just went down the drain. I hope she knows she just ruined a little girl's day. And this was not the only comment that I found, but I chose this one because it kind of encapsulates how society and culture form beauty standards and how it doesn't just come from the top. It is further reinforced by celebrities that we admire, influencers that we follow, and even our own friends and family. The way we colloquially talk about weight and food are often rooted in shame and fear and guilt. When we talk about cheat meals or calling ourselves fat with disdain, even praising people for losing weight, it leads to us moralizing weight and weight loss. These conversations are what leads to what is called body dissatisfaction. Now, body dissatisfaction is a negative attitude toward one's own physical appearance and is assumed to originate from a perceived discrepancy between the actual physical appearance, or actual body image, and the desired ideal state of the body, ideal body image. We also know that body dissatisfaction has been identified as one of the key factors for dieting behavior, negative affect, and the causation and maintenance of eating disorders. Content warning, we're going to be talking about EDs. The reality is, most of us are either working full-time or multiple part-time jobs, making barely enough to survive. We don't have the time or money to dedicate a significant portion of our life to our body. Even the fresh food that we're eating is lacking in nutrition because of industrial farming practices, soil depletion, and rising CO2 in the atmosphere. So even when we're eating healthy, it's harder than it was for our grandparents and our great-grandparents to actually get the nutrients that we need. Most of us can't hire a trainer or a nutritionist or dedicate 20 hours a week to fitness. And yet there's a judgment when we don't look like Jennifer Aniston or Hugh Jackman. Are we serious? That's fucking absurd. But what do we do about it? Because ultimately, this is systemic. These are major systems and ways of thinking that need to be reshaped. It's not going to happen overnight. There are companies with billions of dollars that are dictating these standards and are dedicated to making you feel like shit about yourself. So let's start with what we can do proactively to protect ourselves. So we've talked about body dissatisfaction and how that can lead to eating disorders, but what is the cure? Believe it or not, some researchers say that it's literally touching grass. us. The idea that beholding nature can heal our negative body image is not armchair speculation. Empirical work supports this claim. For instance, a study from 2018 that invited participants to either view images of nature, walk in a natural environment, or explore a designated green space found that we appreciate our bodies more when we venture outdoors or imagine ourselves doing so. Psychologists shy away from speculating about the causes underlying these changes. I'd argue, though, that the natural world helps shift our negative focus from our bodies, release ourselves from mundane concerns about our appearance, and connect us with something outside of ourselves.
And I don't see you out there walking children in nature.
The problem with trends like the thigh gap is that they invite the opposite. The mirror image draws our attention to a limited surface, and it deprives us of the possibility of experiencing awe. Worse yet, our narcissism is usually, quote, repressive, as the feminist philosopher Sandra Bartke put it. We punish ourselves for not living up to the images we find online. Such narcissism causes unnecessary shame, and it can pave the way to unhealthy dieting, compulsive exercise, and other drastic efforts to lose weight. In my experience, I struggled for decades to let go of this punitive mindset. I cut corners with food until I found myself too weak to carry out daily tasks, like caring for my dog, or too hungry to sleep through the night. The years I spent fixating on my thigh gap led to a diagnosable ED in my 30s. Even before I sought counseling for this issue, I took regular walks beside the bay in Miami. The sight of the shimmering sun rising from behind the water always breathed life into me. But it wasn't until I neared the end of counseling that I saw those brilliant views as a balm for my body image issues. Whenever I contemplate the bay, I have no thoughts about my thigh gap, the number on the scale, or the amount of food I have eaten. I am entirely absorbed in its splendor. And if I am so lucky as to catch a glimpse of dolphins playing, I am inspired by their delight in the sea. Like Kant, the starry heavens and many other views fill me with awe. Yet nothing compares with the birth of a new day alongside the water and the promise of a new relationship with my body and myself. We can resist body dissatisfaction by seeking to improve ourselves. For example, boosting our self-confidence or becoming educated about doctored images. Of course, these are worthy endeavors, but we overlook the power of nature when our efforts become overly self-absorbed. Why not also look beyond ourselves? Again, call to mind the vista from the mountaintop, the light catching on ocean waves crashing at your feet, or the lake that reflects brilliant foliage. And whenever you can, step into nature and let yourself be awed by it. Now, this is obviously just one thing that we can do, and there are many who could incorporate this into their daily life. There are some people who have more severe circumstances that may directly need things like therapy or intervention. Even if you're not someone who is suffering from an ED, this is very healthy behavior to go touch grass, essentially.
The other day while I was getting dressed, my 7-year-old walked in, smushed her face into my belly and said, "I love your big fat squishy belly." I took a moment, took a breath, let the shame roll over me, and thought about what my teenager said to me about 2 weeks ago. I was working in my room at my desk, and they said, "Mom, can I talk to you for a minute?" And of course, I threw everything to the side and said, "Anything. When your teen wants to talk, you shut everything down real quick." We snuggled up on my bed, and they said, "Mom, I was thinking about it today, and I have never heard you say anything bad about your body. I've never heard you talk about losing weight, dieting, how you don't like certain parts of yourself. You've only
Yeah,
ever
my
talked
mom
about
does. My mom talks about it constantly.
being good, being strong, being beautiful, or just kind of being indifferent to it. And I think that that has impacted me hugely. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mom." So I finished taking that deep breath, and I looked at my 7-year-old, and I said, "I know. Isn't it great? Do you know what this big, fat, squishy belly has done? It made you. It made your siblings. It runs, it hikes, it gardens, it creates arts and crafts and food and fun and silliness and the best snuggles." And she said, "I know. That's why I like it so much." And listen, loving my body has not been easy. But the moment my child was born, 16 years ago, I told myself the way that my child sees their body is going to be the way that they think I see mine. This negative self-talk, this weighing myself constantly, it ends now. And even if I don't believe it, I'm gonna fake it like I do. And every single day it's been a struggle. Every single day it has been conscious effort to be nice about my body. And up until a week ago, I didn't know if it even mattered. Guess what? It matters. Be nice to yourself. Because not only do your kids deserve it, but you do too. And as hard as it's been, as much as I've had to fake it, I have found that I love myself now more too.
Next, we need to stop moralizing weight and weight loss. If your friend has recently lost weight, you might want to tell her how great she looks. Maybe you also say that you wish you had her body or self-control, or you ask her how she did it. Perhaps you've been on the receiving end of such a quote compliment in the past. Such comments are often well-meaning, but can have unintended negative consequences. In that case, we are unintentionally exacerbating or affirming the thin ideal that our society tends to emphasize and idolize, said Alvin Tran, an assistant professor of public health at the University of New Haven in Connecticut, who does research on EDs and body image. We need to be very cautious when we do approach conversations around someone's physical appearance, especially their weight. We do tend to operate as if we can somehow look at people and based on body size, determine whether they're healthy, said Tamara Pryor, a senior fellow and director of research at ED Care in Denver. We have people in large bodies that are in a state of malnourishment.
I love that
as
place.
People in extremely low size that are malnourished, and people that are standard size but still very severely compromised by an ED. People can't look at them and tell that. We're going to talk about fascism a little bit later, and we're going to circle back to this topic of moralizing weight, but let's just put a pin in it for now. Next, we need to educate ourselves on the severity of EDs and listen to people who have actually gone through it. We need to stop acting like things like anorexia and being able to see your collarbone is like a quirky little thing. Like, it's not cute. It's a fucking sickness. I would recommend listening to people who have actually had EDs in the past and how it absolutely ruined their life. I included this in my previous video talking about EDs and ED culture, particularly on TikTok. For those of you who don't know, I made this video a while ago in like September of 2024. And yes, I clocked that shit a year and a half ago. Thank you very much. Because we are continuing to see this permeate through society and culture. That original video got limited ads and age restricted. And to be clear, it did not get age restricted because I included influencers that were promoting EDs. That was not the content that YouTube felt was deserving of limited ads. This video was hit with limited ads and age restricted because I included stories of people in recovery warning audiences about the dangers of EDs. So to be clear, the actual harmful content that professionals, nutritionists, dietitians said was actively promoting EDs was not cause for limited ads and age restrictions. It was people sharing their stories and warning people to stay away from this kind of content. I fought YouTube on this. Maybe I'll make a video on my second, or I guess my third channel, going through this because it really was a fucking shitstorm. It was absolutely fucking insane. And I want to be clear too, if this was just about limited ads, if this was just about the money aspect, I would still include those stories in this video because people really listening and hearing about these experiences is important. But for those of you that don't know, whenever a video is hit with things like limited ads or age restrictions, it limits the video's reach and stunts the video's views, meaning it's not seen by nearly as many people as it would if it didn't have limited ads. So because I want people to see this video, because talking about this is important, and this is something that we are seeing increasingly in our society and our online landscape, I would recommend that after this video, you go back to my original video that I made. I will have it linked in the description. It's also searchable on my page. And you can listen to these women's stories by going to this timestamp on that video. If you are someone who doesn't know a lot about EDs, or you haven't had someone in your life who has suffered from one, I would highly, highly recommend you listen to these women's stories. Like I said, I have it linked in the description. It will be there for you. It's still on my page. You can still view it, but for the sake of making sure this video gets out to the right people, I will not be including them here. Hope that makes sense. Thank you for listening to my spiel. But I also want to be super clear about this because I feel like not enough people are actually saying this. You should not be getting advice about eating and diet from random skinny girls online. They are not professionals in any way. They are not dietitians. They are not nutritionists. They hold no certifications. They are not informed. And they may be suffering from their own EDs and habits that will then be impressed upon you. There are so many accounts of professionals sharing what they eat in a day, what different kinds of people need to incorporate into their diet in order to be healthy. If you have certain chronic illnesses, things that you could be eating to improve your daily life and your health. If being healthy is what you want. All of the dietitians currently on screen, I have linked below. You can follow them. They're all fantastic. If you or someone you know is following Liv Schmidt or someone of her fucking ilk, make no mistake. You are not trying to be healthy, you are trying to be skinny, and that is a path to an ED. Sorry, Make absolutely no fucking mistake. And anyone who's trying to push this narrative that it's like, oh, we're just supporting each other and blah, 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 you are doing something dangerous and you are doing something wrong. And the reason that I'm coming at this with so much heat is because it is personal to me. I've seen how EDs can absolutely fucking ruin a person. And this is why I take it so seriously. I grew up doing ballet, okay? I saw some shit. You do not fuck around with this. This is something that can fuck you up for life. This is your life. This is your organs. This is the way your body stays alive. I am so fucking serious about this. As we've discussed, EDs can happen to someone who is, quote, already skinny. It can happen to someone in a large body. It does not matter. But you are more likely to incur long-term damage and literally die so much faster if you are starving yourself. Like, that's just a fucking fact. Being obese, we're using the medical term obese, can limit your lifespan 10 to 15 years, depending. If you are starving yourself, that will fucking kill you. That will literally fucking kill you. And I just want to point out, I am talking about anorexia here because that is what I personally have the most knowledge and experience on. There are, of course, other EDs. There are plenty of other people that know more about that topic. I am going to continue talking about anorexia because, again, that is the area where I am most familiar. Anorexia nervosa affects up to 3% of young women and has the highest mortality rate of any psychiatric disorder, with approximately 5% of patients dying within 4 years of diagnosis. Severe weight loss and malnutrition can cause widespread damage to organs that may persist over time, even if anorexia nervosa is ultimately well managed. Anorexia can cause death for various reasons. People can develop severe malnutrition and weight loss, which can damage a person's organs over time, potentially leading to severe health complications such as multiple organ failure. This can eventually be fatal. Anorexia also has links with the following: self-harm, suicidal thoughts, a high rate of suicide attempts. In some cases, the treatment of anorexia may also cause complications, such as a life-threatening condition called refeeding syndrome. This occurs when a person with severe malnutrition starts receiving nutrition again and their body cannot correctly resume its metabolism process. It is that serious. It is that fucking deep. If you're anyone out there who is suffering from this right now, from an ED, from any ED, I have plenty of resources in the description below. Please use them. But the other thing we need to discuss is that you are being used. You are being used as a tool in the rise of fascism. It is not a coincidence that this is happening under the Trump administration. We saw the rise of right-wing trolls like Ben Shapiro equate anyone who isn't advocating for extreme thinness, particularly regarding women's bodies, as someone who is endorsing and encouraging everyone to be so immobilized by their obesity that they cannot leave their home. It's an absurd point to make, but it's one that has been used to further moralize weight, when all that's happening is that these conservatives just vehemently hate fat people. Leisha Miller has a video that describes this perfectly.
Is there problematic behavior within the online body positivity movement as well? You bet your ass there is. But from my experience, consuming that content for literally a decade at this point, whether I wanted to or not, the general idea that is most often touted by people in the body positive community is that a person can be healthy while not fitting the stereotypical ideals of what a healthy body should look like. That the BMI scale doesn't actually dictate a person's lived experience in their own body, because some people can feel fine and have perfectly healthy test results and exist and function normally and still be considered obese on the BMI scale. That thin people who do fit the body ideal could be incredibly ill, that judging a person's worth based on the size of their body is problematic, and that there is discrimination that happens against fat people because our society has placed certain levels of worthiness onto people. That calories in versus calories out doesn't capture the whole picture of a person's weight and health. That things like poverty, childhood trauma, and mental health disorders and autoimmune disorders that are, especially in women, criminally understudied and misunderstood, play a huge role in someone's weight and someone's ability to lose weight or gain weight or maintain a healthy weight. At its best, the body positivity movement helps to complicate the conversations we have around weight and health, because it's not black and white, and we actually know very little relatively about nutrition and how the body works, despite all the advances in modern medicine that do exist.
When we place moral judgment on people for being or not being healthy, that is dangerous, classist, and racist ideology. Like I said earlier, most of us are struggling to pay basic bills. Most of us are working multiple jobs to try and provide for ourselves and our families, because most of us are making fucking poverty wages. Health isn't always a priority, and that's not a moral failing. That is a failing of the system. But this moral judgment surrounding weight fits into fascist ideology and framework oh so nicely, because it praises a small, exclusive group of often powerful and privileged people chasing an unattainable standard with all the money and the resources that they have in an attempt to outcast others. But not just outcast them, to view them as less worthy, which is what fascism is all about. We've seen this with how the country treats trans people. We've seen this with how the country treats immigrants, black voters. As these fascists continue to rise to power and some of these trolls have taken office, that ideology has not only spread, but it has solidified itself into our culture. I am of the mindset that one of the best ways to live is out of spite. That's why I look so young. So those of you who are being influenced, you are being used. You are being used. You are being used. Fascist ideologies in the past and today tend to paint an idealized vision of the human body, and women's bodies in particular are seen as vessels for producing the next generation of, quote, pure and strong children. With the rise of far-right movements, we also see a return of narrow-minded beauty ideals and body shaming. For far-right women, there is no such thing as body positivity or body neutrality. Thinness is a moral imperative. It shows dominance over the body and aligns oneself with European beauty standards. Santiago's use of the word, quote, supremacy cuts to the heart of this. The far right places all bodies into a series of hierarchies, some supreme over others. White bodies over black and brown bodies, cis bodies over trans bodies, able bodies over disabled bodies, and thin bodies over fat bodies. The far right, then, is a thin supremacist movement. This is known as, quote, body fascism, a term coined by Professor Brian Pronger. These hierarchies are also linked. Thin bodies are seen as more likely to be abled, and therefore more likely to be strong enough to fight with, or birth, the nation/race. Thin supremacy also feeds into white supremacy. The type of slenderness that is privileged is one modeled on the bodies of white women. And we've seen this same rhetoric over hundreds of years. In Fearing the Black Body, The Racial Origins of Fat Phobia, Sabrina Strings, professor of Northwell Chair in Black Studies at the University of California, outlines how during the transatlantic slave trade, colonists associated, quote, heaviness with Africans, not having the, quote, intellectual capacity for self-discipline, which in turn was used to justify beliefs that Africans were morally weaker. To the extent that people were linking indulgence in the oral appetite to an animalistic inability to control oneself. Fatness became linked to the racial group adjudged to lack the capacity for self-government, black people. She explained that this type of race science was used to instruct people, particularly white women, about the proper ways to present in public. It is here that thin supremacy began to be used to police the borders of white womanhood, positioning it as demure, delicate, and self-sacrificing. There are clear examples of this being perpetuated by the far right today. Taking a cursory glance at the, quote, body positivity page on EV magazine, the alt-right's answer to Cosmopolitan presents us with no less than 7 articles denouncing the body positivity movement.
At some point, we need to ask ourselves whether we really want to promote healthy, realistic images to young women, or if we want to simply appease the progressive mob and their ever-changing standards of tolerance and acceptance,
writes Gina Florio in one. Florio, who is responsible for 5 out of the 7 EV articles, is the author of Fat and Unhappy, How Body Positivity is Killing Us. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's not lack of healthcare, it's not poverty, it's not lack of housing. Body positivity is what's killing us. Sure, Jan.
Sure, Jan.
We are in a fascist fucking dictatorship, and they want you weak and frail so you can't fight back. They want you weak and frail so you can't fight back. Don't you dare fucking let them win. Don't you fucking dare. If you or someone you know is struggling with an ED, I have plenty of resources listed in the description below. How to help a friend, how to help yourself, what to do. If there are any of you who are in recovery right now, holy shit, I'm so fucking proud of you. I'm like getting emotional thinking about it. It is often not a linear journey, and it is something that takes an immense amount of strength. I love you, I see you, I support you. I have people in my life who have been where you are now, and they're doing okay. I imagine that this is not the last time that I will be talking about this, unfortunately, especially as we're seeing this so widespread amongst celebrities right now with the Oscars and the Met Gala. It's surrounding us. It's on all sides, and it is your responsibility to try and resist at all costs. Push back against this. Mute the ads for GLP-1s whenever they come on the TV or YouTube ads. Block creators that are promoting this harmful rhetoric. Thankfully, there have always been critics of this mess, because this is something that most of us have seen in our lifetime, or multiple times in our lifetime, and the propaganda doesn't seem to be as effective as it has been in the past.
I think the worst part of Thin being back in, not just the rise and like EDs and like all of the obvious really annoying things that is going to happen, it's his house of really we are being gaslit. And I don't understand why we had to sit here and act like acting as if women since the dawn of time have not had so much pressure to be beautiful, and like a huge part of that has been shrinking. Like I need to sit here and act like being a woman is not being a woman, you know what I mean? That I need to sit here and think like, oh, maybe she has some other illness, maybe she has some other whatever that's like making her face super sunken like that. No, she's starving, and I just like, why are we not allowed to say that? It's just that's the most annoying part, is like we're all being gaslit into believing that what's happening right in front of us is not what's happening right in front of us.
I'm someone who is critical of the glamorization and normalization of eating disorder culture in the entertainment industry. And sometimes when I talk about it, some people push back. Not many, thank God, but some people do, going, you shouldn't be commenting on women's bodies. And while I do appreciate that, I think that that is a disingenuous way to shut down a pivotal conversation about the fact that anorexia is the leading cause of death of any mental illness. This is really serious. This is life or death we are talking about. Less than 30% of people ever recover from anorexia once it takes hold of them. And then we are seeing it glamorized en masse across the industry, which bleeds into cultures, it bleeds into society, it bleeds into schools. I'm not trying to shame or hurt anyone, but unfortunately it takes calling out to bring awareness to something. How do you think the body positivity movement came in?
My fashion hot take is that as we see a rise of fascism, there's a direct correlation with thinness to make women take up less space.
Hey babe, you're seeing a lot of really skinny bitches out there. It's making you trigger some things in your brain. Listen to me. Eat your fucking food. You cannot put misogynists in their place. You cannot end fascism if you are going on an empty stomach. And honestly, the men would probably want you weak. Do you want to do what they want? No! You need to fucking eat!
I'm so sick of you parasocial freaks.
That was funny.
It's making you trigger some things in your brain. Listen to me. Eat your fucking food. You cannot put misogynists in their place. You cannot end fascism if you are going on an empty stomach. And honestly, the men would probably want you weak. Do you want to do what they want? No! You need to fucking eat!
I'm so
women. The fairer sex. Just gonna focus on this till I'm done. Yeah, and then activate. This would take you so much time to read all this. I'm beginning more and more aware of that. Like they're really good. Bethesda's really good at making their lore take a lot of your time, and they make it seem like there's something there, and there's some stuff to be learned here, but. I'm just trying to get any kind of, like, occasionally they'll give you quests to go to POIs and stuff. And I probably only had like one item out of the 125 that I had to go through. But I wanted to just feel like I did it. Like, no, I'm not missing anything. Like, yes, I did most, if not all of these or whatever. And I'll just make sure I've got them all. I think I'm done here. I don't want to do any more of this. Oh, my cute little kitty. Oh, my cute little kitty.
Sick of you parasocial freaks on the internet defending tooth and nail these female celebrities who are starving themselves and dying, and thus promoting starving yourself and dying to their impressionable audience. And whenever someone talks about it, you guys all freak out and go, well, this isn't very nice. You shouldn't talk about other people's bodies. Like Ariana Grande. No, I'm going to talk about Ariana Grande's body because she's dying. She's dying. And she's starving herself. I had an eating disorder, and the only thing that got me out of it wasn't gentleness, like, oh, well, you look beautiful no matter what. No, the only thing that got me and many others out of their eating disorders is you're going to die doing this. They are going to die, okay? Eating disorders aren't something to be approached gently. They are a social disease. If they are not nipped in the bud, they will continue and they will progress. They are a social disease.
And I think this is largely because women have more autonomy now. They can work and live on their own. They don't need a man or a husband to survive, and therefore don't need to pay attention to the ever-changing and arbitrary beauty standards for survival. There are more queer spaces. There are more alternative spaces. There are more places where different types of beauty are celebrated. People are able to decide on their own what they think is beautiful, no matter how much they are trying to shove this shit down our throats. At the touch of a button, we can be exposed to different cultures and ways of life, with all different kinds of beauty available to us. The world is so much wider than our For You page, and I just want everyone listening to remember that. As always, I have her one's GoFundMe linked below. She was supposed to attend university this year, but Israel bombed her home and her school out of existence. If you'd like to donate but you don't have the funds, you can always watch my D&D campaign, Westerly Academy, where all the ad revenue goes directly to Palestinian families. So by literally watching D&D, you are helping the people of Palestine. If you want to support me directly, you can always sign up to my Patreon and be a real sweetheart. As always, thank you so much for watching. Subscribe if you want to hear more from me. Please take care of yourselves and each other. Bye. Very special thank you to Bagel's dad, Derek, Anonymous, Tiny Axes, Robin Fellows, and Iron Dragon.
Oh, purr, beautiful kitty. This is American Masters PBS with W.B. Du Bois, Rebel with a Cause.
This program contains graphic violence and language, including racial epithets used in historical context. Viewer discretion is advised.
W.B. Du Bois is arguably the greatest black intellectual scholar activist in American history.
I believe in God, who made of one blood all nations that on earth do dwell. I believe that all men, black and brown and white, are brothers.
He dies in August 1963 on the
Because
eve
we
of
are.
the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom.
Now, this was before Martin Luther King's speech. This was in the early time of the march.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
It was announced that W.E.B. Du Bois had just died in Ghana. There was a gasp and a moment of silence. It was a really somber moment.
At the dawn of the 20th century, his was the voice that was calling to you to gather here today in this cause.
I'm sure everybody was thinking like I was thinking. It's time for us to take over now. That he had brought us this far by himself. But now we were standing out there with 100,000 people that were united by the same phenomena that awakened him.
I very early got the idea that I was going to prove to the world that Negroes were just like other people.
William Edward Burke.
They're like, she's like, here's a grenade launcher and some pineapples. Thank you for helping our charity. Which is such silly writing. Oh, she gave me a grenade launcher. How nice, you know? Oh, I hope her children's charity approves of grenade launchers. You know, it's such a weird fucking quest. What a weird reward for a quest. I like solicited donations for her charity. She gave me a fucking rocket launcher in return. Ooh, nice. Okay, moving around. I'm on to other stuff, I guess. I'm gonna try and make some dents in this objective list just to get them off my list. I think it's better to go into the next scenario with 1,000,000 credits because they don't take your credits away. They take all your items away, but I don't think they, or maybe they do. Do they take your credits away? Let's go find out. In Starfield, when you go through the Unity into New Game Plus, do you keep your credits or does it reset you back to 0? Oh, no, you don't get to keep your money. So I guess all credits, all inventory, all ship, all outposts, all quest progress. Which character level skills. Okay, so I want to be like killing lots of people. All this other stuff, it really doesn't matter. All acquired powers and the ability to upgrade them to higher tiers. Research laboratory progress. Any research you complete stays unlocked. Won't start the game immediately hands you a unique high-tier starborn spacesuit and a specialized starborn spaceship to get you moving right out of the gate into your new universe. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess I better buff up and stuff. I'm looking at crates right now. I don't know if we're doing family dinner or not. I don't think we are because she hasn't got back to me. I shouldn't do these side quests. I should do the main quests and just get XP and continue to move on. But I mean, chaining the quests is really easy. So, wow, the credits in the X-Tech really don't matter. They just make your push towards the end game easier. What really matters is the XP. That's all that matters. So I should go to the industrial bench and start just crafting everything I possibly can. That's actually more productive than doing all these chain missions. I was scared that achievements might be hanging in this list, you know. Collect your new collect your new ship. What new ship? Collect my new ship. Okay, well, go get that. Hi, pretty kitty. Just like standing on my lap, huh? You should settle down, curl up, and get yourself a nice spot. Curl up by the Skycat fire. Oh, this is that one ship, huh? Yeah, that one ship. Yeah, that one C-class ship, yeah. But I think mine's better. Okay, we got everything here. Yeah, everything but refresh. Okay, let's go fight this digger. Oops. So, get to the war zone. Why can't they have cool windows like this all the time?
The module has run out of charges.
Through them very well, but. Oh, come on, I'm dead? Oh, come on, the bomb toss. Oh. God damn it. Oh, well. I think I've had my fill of this, but this was fun to do for a little while. I should post anything that I have. I have an ice cluster, I guess. How do I collect my ship? Starfield, I have a mission to collect my ship at Stroud Eklund Star Yard. How do I do that? Oh, okay, so I have this, I just haven't collected the ship. Okay, good. So here's this Loki. Let's see what he does. They have a kill right on me. Doc.
Warp drive active.
Kill right on them. I thought he had a kill right on me. Never mind. Well, I left. I don't care. I don't care about this guy. It's obvious he's fixated because he likes men and he's a worthless piece of fucking shit that isn't worth the fucking the cells that comprise his body. It's obvious.
Docking permission requested.
Commander's Cape. Oh yeah,
Docking
yeah.
request accepted.
Do I have any fire crystals? Don't see any. That sucks. No, I don't really have fire crystals. I'll come back to this later. There isn't really much I need to do here. It's like I've basically beaten this server. I've got 475s or whatever. 375s and a 67 white mage. I didn't put the drones in here, I guess. Oh, there we go. Okay. So I guess I go to ship services. I'll go to my outpost.
Carte Du Bois was born in the rolling hills of
Dubois.
Western Massachusetts in 1868. The year the newly ratified 14th Amendment guaranteed full citizenship and equal protection of the law to all Americans, black men and black women included.
Du Bois is born in a small town in a very white state in an area that has a
maybe it is Du Bois.
Very small black population. He's able to enjoy freedoms that the vast majority of black Americans can never have.
William's mother's family had been free for generations and planted deep roots in Great Barrington. They also held tight to the thread that tied the family to its distant past across the Atlantic. A song was passed down from an ancestor who was kidnapped from West Africa and sold into slavery.
It was Wolof, a language that seemed to say, let me out, Dobana Koba, Getty.
Oh, so there it is. That's a. Oh, so I could have gotten a Class C ship, but I fucked up on the answers, and I didn't know. Next time I will. But yeah. Yeah. I guess next time I have like a better ship, so it doesn't really matter. It's a nice ship, but I don't know. I guess I'm supposed to go look at it. I've also got a couple of army guys sitting in the display on a different ship. I'm gonna go get those. Maybe I should put army guys down. I haven't done that in a while. It is a dope ass ship. We should check it out to make it see if it is better. See if the cockpit's better. I don't think it probably is. Nope, not at all. Bad Stratocular cockpit. There's the objective to go like get this done. That's cool. I wonder what it's like to fly to Jemison from here. I go into I probably go into the cockpit, I guess. We'll just have a glance around inside the cabin because everything in the ship is mine. So I'm gonna loot it all out and sell it to the pawn shop. Oops. I did not mean to take off at all. Oh well. Fucking annoying. Oh god.
Du Bois always used that memory.
What did you hear? So cool looking. Made me nervous, kitty. Come on, magazine. Gotta go talk to the little girl. Maybe she's easier to find on this, yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of books. Time to unload. I got 29 books. Nice. 148 XP. Sweet.
And that ancestor to peg himself, my African roots.
William's father, a mixed-race native of Haiti and Civil War veteran, feuded with his in-laws and abandoned the family when William was a toddler. He would never see his father again. The Burkhart family and the town rallied around his mother, Mary Sylvina, so that young William could concentrate on his education.
Mary Sylvina, she has a precocious kid, a brilliant child, who is devouring everything that comes into his view. He's going to be introduced to Latin, he's going to be introduced to Greek, he's going to be introduced to religious doctrine. So Du Bois is kind of baptized in this understanding of the West.
He was able to distinguish himself as a student, becoming the valedictorian of his high school class.
His mother had a stroke right around the time that Du Bois was getting out of high school. She died shortly after Du Bois graduated from high school.
There followed the half-guilty feeling that now I could begin my life without forsaking my mother. Now I was free and unencumbered, and at the same time, more alone than I had ever dreamed of being. This very grief was a challenge. Now especially I must succeed, as my mother so desperately wanted me to.
William Edward Burghardt Du Bois set his sights on Harvard University, but the cost was beyond reach. The Burghardts, townsmen, and church congregations raised funds to send the young scholar to Fisk University in Nashville, Tennessee.
I was thrilled to be for the first time among so many people of my own color, or rather, of such various and such extraordinary colors. That first supper came with me opposite two of the most beautiful beings God ever revealed to the eyes of 17. I promptly lost my appetite, but I was deliriously happy.
Suddenly, I am in a Negro world.
Fisk at the time was the preeminent institution of higher education for Black people.
The faculty, for the most part, was from Yale, Harvard, or Dartmouth, and white.
He goes from being the only to being in a community filled with high-achieving Black people with extraordinary faculty, with a common ethos of striving, of uplift.
Never before had I seen young men so self-assured and who gave themselves such airs, and colored men at that.
Some were the sons of white men, many quite prosperous. He found that they had a degree of literacy, even coming out of slavery.
Du Bois stayed in Tennessee that summer to explore the South and took over a one-room classroom.
I loved my school, and the fine faith the children had in the wisdom of their teacher was truly marvelous. We read and spelled together, wrote a little, picked flowers, sang, and listened to stories of the world beyond the hill.
That summer was a revelation for Du Bois. His first...
Wow, Tomb Raider 1 through 3 Remastered is free right now on Epic. That's cool. That's actually a good game. I don't know if they remastered those. They are good. They're kind of puzzly. They'd be good for a little girl to play in 10 years, you know? I'm just gonna grab it. Let's see.
Extended experience among country folk digging their way out of slavery.
Hells yeah.
And his first real experience with the opposite sex.
I was literally raped by the unhappy wife, who was my landlady.
Wow.
From that time, I went through a desperately recurring fight to keep the sex instinct in control.
Du Bois's early life was quite sheltered, and he really didn't have any sexual experience. It sort of awakened his sexual life.
Back at college, Du Bois won the editorship of the Fisk Herald, excelled in his classical liberal arts education, and graduated once again at the head of his class. One of my best, a professor said of him. An unusually quick, active mind, said another. Du Bois earned a spot at Harvard, but only as an undergrad. He would have to complete 2 more years of coursework to earn his Ivy League bachelor's degree.
This was very, very, very common that people would get full educations at black schools, but the white schools did not think that they were sufficient. It would make them start all over again.
I was in Harvard, but not of it. About the Harvard of which most white students conceived, I knew little.
If I had gone directly from my high school in Great Barrington to Harvard, I would have thought of myself as a Massachusetts man, and my fellows would have been the whites there. I never felt myself a Harvard man as I had felt myself a Fisk man.
Du Bois majored in history and political science. He graduated cum laude, determined to continue his studies abroad.
Harvard wasn't the be-all and end-all in the world academy. German universities were. An entirely new field was being invented, and that new field was called sociology. So his dream was to get his PhD in Berlin.
Somebody called my attention to what Rutherford B. Hayes, ex-president of the United States, was saying. He was head of the Slater Fund, which had money to educate Negroes.
Rutherford B. Hayes announced if a talented Negro boy could be found sufficiently brilliant enough to study at a European university, we will fund his education. And they didn't give anybody one of these scholarships.
I got mad at that and wrote Mr. Hayes,
saying, you're not a man of your word. You made the promise. I'm smart enough. Put your money where your mouth is.
So the next year I started on him again, and I got everybody from the presidents of Harvard down to give recommendations, and so I got the fellowship.
I crossed the ocean in a trance. Always I seemed to be saying, it is not real. I must be dreaming. I saw Milan, Florence, Rome, Venice, Vienna. I looked on the boundaries of Russia, and I sat in Paris and London. I met men and women as I had never met them before.
For the first time in my life, I was just a human being and not a particular kind of human being.
I found myself on the outside of the American world.
There was no witnesses, so I got no bounty.
Looking in, I gained a respect for manners. I came to know Beethoven's symphonies, the colors of Rembrandt. I came in contact with several of the great leaders of the developing social sciences. I began to see the race problem in America, the problem of the peoples of Africa and Asia, and the political development of Europe as one.
In Berlin, Du Bois began to think of himself as a budding social scientist, a detached observer. But Du Bois's European sojourn was cut short.
To get a PhD, he had to satisfy a residency requirement of 3 years. They funded him for 2 years.
As a student in Germany, I dreamed and loved and wondered and sang. Then, after 2 long years, I dropped suddenly back into nigger-hating America.
Oh, that sucks.
Du Bois returned from Europe without the degree he coveted.
Because we used them as slaves, we had to hate
but
them,
with a
basically.
plan
So
to study
stupid,
the
because
history
what we did
of
to them, we were
America's
terrified of them.
peculiar institution.
Stupid.
Slavery.
Terrified of us.
Slavery was deeply embedded in the U.S. Constitution and in American politics. It was taken for granted in the early parts of the 19th century. 10 of the first 13 presidents owned slaves.
Du
I
Bois
killed him.
re-enrolled at Harvard and went to work on his PhD dissertation, The Suppression of the African Slave Trade. he was able to show, with facts and data, that African slavery was neither widely supported nor inevitable.
He's using empirical research in order to document and to measure a racial and social injustice. It's like he's using their weapons that they created against them in order to make the argument.
This was something that no other historian was doing. Using the scientific approach. This really set him apart as a historian and as a social scientist.
It was published as a book a year later by the Harvard University Press.
The first volume in Harvard's acclaimed historical studies series, and he kicked it off.
Du Bois, at this moment, he's completed his dissertation. I'm sure he's feeling nice about himself, but he has to get a job.
Ooh, look how cool
Harvey
it looks.
wouldn't have dreamed of giving Du Bois a job as a...
Wow, this place is beautiful. Look at all the purple snow and stuff, and there's like cool stuff around. So take a look at the topographical map. Yeah, this is a cool place. I don't even know what else here, but it is awesome. Oh, it's called The Lock. I guess this is like a friendly NPC place, I guess. Or maybe it's full of guys. I don't know. It is 7:43 a.m. We'll do 4 more hours, yeah? Oh, I want to give Sam, like, a bridger. And any, like, armor that I've got. You can have this Deimos pack if you want. We'll give him a particle grenade and this advanced bridger with a 40 MI, or 40 ml, I mean. XPL, 40 millimeter, XPL. Okay, Sam, I want you to use this advanced bridger. And, oh, he's got a cornered maelstrom on it. Wait, oh no, that's, I'm sorry. That, no. Calibrated bridger. No. Advanced bridger, calibrated bridger. Wait, what? Okay, hold on. Now I've got a problem with my own weapons. I am using a calibrated bridger. But the advanced bridger is much better. So favorite that in... I'll have to modify this bridger and I'll give him the calibrated bridger. There we go. And then you, I want you to equip this thing. Equip that thing. Equip that thing. Equip that thing. Good. Hi, you're back. Yeah. Hello, the kitty. You're a beautiful girl. Okay, so, yeah, you're a bridger now, which is good, and so we got Delta and Samco, and I don't normally run with male companions, but I want to finish Samco's quest one time, so I never have to do it ever again. And I do like keeping the Co's on my ship, because trading her books is extra XP that you wouldn't normally get from other characters. And XP is actually the greatest thing either any of these companions could offer me. Keeping a wife helps, because when you sleep, you get a 5% XP buff, but they killed Sarah on this playthrough, so I would have to remarry... I don't know. There's no... I guess I could remarry Lynn, I guess. I could instead of Sam Coe, I could remarry Lynn, because I need to do... like, can you marry all the companions, and do they all have achieves? I'm going to go ask, I guess. In Starfield, can you marry all the companions, and do they all have achievements? All four, huh? Sarah, Sam, Barrett, and Andreja. So I do have to do Samco and Barrett still, but I've done Sarah and Andreja. So I can get Samco done, maybe even Barrett too, done on this playthrough. So now we work with Samco for a while. Okay, now that he's in my party, I'm going to ask him questions and just see if he gets closer to me. He's easier to shoot around than the robots are. And he's probably a little more intelligent, too. I guess we're not doing family dinner because I never did get, like, a response. So, that's okay. Oh, yeah. I need to be moving and I'm not. Go. Now. Okay, so that's everything, Samco. I don't like the green turquoise thing. I don't think it was good choice. I will depart this thing. It looked cooler 4 hours before. In the morning light. Oh well, let's get out there.
Professor.
He's one of the most educated men in the country, not black men. The fact that Du Bois is not at a Penn or Harvard or Yale or an Amherst is an indication of how deep the racism is.
At just 27, Du Bois was an academic star in some circles. The first African American to receive a PhD from Harvard. He had also won a job as chair of the classics department at historically black Wilberforce University in Ohio. He caught the eye of a student there, and she his.
He falls in love. He meets Nina Gomer, and they form a relationship which continues to grow.
She's a beautiful young black woman from a middle-class family in Iowa.
W.E.B. Du Bois and Nina Gomer married in May of 1896. 3 weeks later, he received a telegram with an enticing proposition.
I got my chance. I was asked to come to the University of Pennsylvania to make a study of the Negro population of the 7th Ward of Philadelphia.
Like many other cities at this time, Philadelphia is experiencing an influx of African Americans from the South. Philadelphia becomes kind of this experiment, trying to understand the problem of the Negro in the context of urban America.
It was the first sociological study of a black community in the United States. So he and Nina moved into the heart of the 7th Ward to live among thousands of men, women, and children there to better understand their lives.
I settled in one room in the city in the worst part of the 7th Ward. In the midst of an atmosphere of dirt, drunkenness, poverty, and crime.
There's interracial pockets. There are tenements, never up to code. It was crowded. It was hot in the summer. People hung out on the streets.
Murder sat on our doorsteps. Police were our government. Kids played intriguing games like cops and lady bums. And in the night, when pistols popped, you didn't get up lest you find you couldn't.
This is completely out of social context, and Du Bois was working morning, noon, and night on this study, so she was alone for the most part.
Du Bois walked the streets of the 7th Ward in tailored suits, carried a cane, and wore kid gloves. He conducted 5,000 interviews.
How many people live here? How many people go to school here? Do you have a job? Are you married? He also just observed.
This was an empirical study, a study that is designed and based on the systematic collection and analyzation of data. What are the demographic, census, birth rate, death rate, hard facts telling us about patterns in society?
He's also pioneering different kinds of visual representation of statistics using the bell curve, the very new methodology at that time period.
They thought he was going to be explaining Black pathology.
As opposed to saying that there's something wrong with them, in the survey, he's arguing that it is the circumstances that they have put in that produce these outcomes.
It revealed the Negro group as a symptom, not a cause.
If we want to talk about why there are lower literacy rates, we need to talk about how far the schools are away from the Black community. There are not as many jobs that will hire Black women as there are jobs that will hire white women. He's producing a book that's making an argument for structural racism.
In the autumn of 1897, W.E.B. Du Bois moved his wife and their newborn son, Burkhart, onto the campus of Atlanta University. He had been invited to the school to develop a curriculum that explored the history of Black accomplishment.
Ours was the first institution in the United States, white or black, that had any course on the history of the American Negro, or on Negro history in general. I increasingly believed the Negro problem was a matter of knowledge, and that what we needed was
or that they're not a problem.
Academic study of the American Negro.
Oh my God. Or the acknowledgement that they're your brother.
Intellectual and civic energy. It's a time of extraordinary creative flourishing in Black communities. Black folk are starting professional organizations. We're advocating for ourselves. But he's in the South. Even if it's Atlanta, he's still in the South.
Racial inequality is written into every aspect of life. What kind of work you can do. It's also where you can be at certain times. So the threat of violence if you step outside of the prescribed places for Black people.
More than 1,000 Black men were lynched in the South in the last decade of the 19th century alone. But Du Bois himself had no close experience of the vicious practice until the spring of 1899, when a man was lynched on the outskirts of Atlanta.
His name's Sam Hose.
Warp drive active.
And that's going to be a turning point for Du Bois.
It's rumored that more than 2,000 people gathered to cut off the fingers, the ears, then they stab Sam Hose, then they carve up his heart, they peel off his skin, they douse it with gasoline, they set it on fire.
Lynching is this complex ritual practice. It's not just simply about the exacting of violence on the body. It's the taking of digits. It's the attack on the genitals. The postcards that were sent out to get people to come. It's the burning of flesh. And imagine, when you smell burning flesh, you taste it. It has this cannibalistic dimension to it. Prior to this
Dude,
moment,
I'm gonna have corn and maybe not. Maybe we're gonna do dinner. I don't know. Oh, dinner is 7. Oh, okay. Oh, we do. I do have family dinner. Time to go home. I don't have to rush this.
Warp drive active.
Cool.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Why do you make me walk along with the NPC? I hate it.
Du Bois understands white supremacy and racism as ignorant.
Oh! I can't kill him. Okay, I'm out of time. I'm going to save and stop here. Let's loot the memetics. Ooh, 3,000 wood. Can make featherweight, huh? Use 60 seconds to queue up some. Ooh, the water looks so good. That looks so good. Alright, steel, iron ingots, steel, charcoal, copper, charcoal, sintered brick, glass, sintered brick, more copper for whatever reason. Okay, and then I'll come back to this in a minute. Okay, I'm going to stop this stream and go to family dinner, guys. I will see you in a bit. I love you guys. I will talk to you later. You've been watching Skycat Live. I'm a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. Put me on in the background. Come to skycat.live and click on the cast face to donate. Come to the Twitch or the YouTube. Give me a like, sub, or a follow. I have many thousands of videos on my YouTube channel, which is reflected here, and some of them have actually been getting hits lately, which is good. And I love you guys, except for all the PvP shitheads who fixate on me. You can suck my dick, you fucking worthless losers. I love you guys. Bye. Wait, no. I want to... Okay. Oh, pretty kitty. Did you knock the cord out of my thing? Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Just getting all the ducks in the row in order. Sorry, I didn't start right away. Just like my television screen is dim right now, so I had to take pictures of it, which is kind of annoying because we have an insurance claim about this, and we're gonna get this 100-inch TV replaced with a brand new one. So I suppose it's actually maybe really good that this is happening. You know. Hi, kitty. I love you. Okay, get back in here. But hopefully it'll fix. You know, I don't really want to mess with this right now. Hi, kitty. I love you. Oh, my kitty. I love my kitty. I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna dump all of my spoiled food. Yeah, all of my spoiled food and those things. Preserved meat, preserved fish. That's good. Let's use them. Or I guess I don't really need it yet, but go to my tools, see if I have anything extra. Don't think so. And now for this. Maybe I should have... Oh yeah, that power cable, right? That power cable is good because I can finally put down a... what is it called? It's like a fancy stove. I need a small solar generator, probably right like there. Yeah, like there, I think. Yeah. And we will put a fancy stove. Or no, furnace. I want an electric furnace is what I want. Shit. Oops. I want an electric furnace. Small biomass generator. It requires a fuse that I don't have. I want a large synthesis bench, but I think I already did that. Electric furnace, but I don't have the steel ingots. Poor kitty. Steel ingots. That will take steel that I don't have. Let's see if electric furnace. No, I don't have the steel ingots. I made a bunch of iron is why. I should have made steel. Now I need wood and steel. I'm gonna sell all that for $3 million. 3, 4, 9. And I'll go chop trees in the sunlight and get steel. How many texts do I have? 128. Okay. Maybe I buy stuff along the power line. Ooh, backpack expansion, huh? But I'm looking for stuff along the power line. Stardust refinery. Storage batteries. Advanced recycling tool, electronics grabber. Solar drill. Electric rock drill. I guess I'll save. Yeah, doing okay. Oh, shit. I have 2 more slots? Yes, I do. Wow. Yeah, we'll take that one. That's an okay one. Take that one, I guess. Oh no, maybe I can go higher. Guess I'll use that one.
Warp drive active.
Ew, cosmetics. Ooh, I can buy acid. Nice. Div Evo. Weapon amplifier. MPS 7 requires level 20, tier 3. I'll take acid. Oh, my kitty. So Stephen Colbert is off the late night show now, and that's what they've been doing on the mainstream stuff for days. I like this, but I don't think I need the full documentary of the Dubois. Finally, a gaming video.
My hands are sweaty. I'm already nervous. Why did I just get the scary sound? A scary. Because it was the baby. You guys didn't hear the baby? I heard her crying for a second.
What are you doing?
Huh? What? I'm playing Lethal Company. What does it look like?
Haven't you checked the Steam charts? Why are you playing that? It's a dead game, dude.
Why is he still playing? I just said it's a dead game. He should have stopped. Started arguing with me over it. Something. No. Maybe he just didn't hear me. I'll try it again.
Why are you playing that? It's a... Wait, what are you doing?
I hate dead games. And not in the general sense of what you probably classify as a dead game. Concord. Remember Concord? Remember Concord? That's a dead game. I remember. More specifically, I hate the way that gamers talk about dead games. The confusing, vague description of what a dead game even is in the first place. In the current era of games getting shut down left and right.
Yeah, that means you too, dickhead. Yeah, that's right. Go ahead. I don't care if you're a good studio. Go ahead and untrailer your game.
Arc Raiders is only getting 100,000 players on Steam right now and only 14,000 viewers on Twitch? Damn, That's tragic. That's basically hospice care. Baldur's Gate 3 is only getting 74,000 players daily. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that about a 92% drop in players? What are these idiots doing? How could they fumble this bad? Crimson Desert only has 90,000 people playing it? At 1 o'clock in the morning? I guess they named it Crimson Desert because the player base is as dry as a desert. Golly, it's starting to get really hot outside again, isn't it? Dead game has become one of the dumbest phrases in gaming, and people throw it around like they're stock analysts standing over a line graph, trying to determine if fun is still legally allowed to exist under a certain player threshold. Those two words have completely and utterly lost all meaning, because in today's time, a game is only alive if it's constantly getting its asshole pumped with content every week and maintains a player count of 200,000, 24 hours, 7 days a week, minimum. Call of Duty is dead, Arc Raiders is dead, Fortnite is dead, Battlefield is dead, GTA is still not out. What is anyone even playing anymore these days? 42,000 likes. I am superior to these people in every single way. A game can be wildly successful, critically adored.
Starfield's dead, etc. 76 is dead, etc. Rust is dead.
Secure, beloved by its community, still actively played by tens of thousands of people, and still some glue-sniffing
18,000
goblin
is dead though. 18,000 is dead compared to the 1.2 million that bought Valheim.
and Chart Cell will still find a way to walk their stinky ass into the conversation with a
Yeah, but the concurrent count is down 84% from its peak.
okay.
I mean, it's true.
And did you want everyone who first played this game to stay logged in forever? Did you expect every player to remain cryogenically frozen inside the main menu screen out of loyalty? People like to make fun of modern games a lot, you know, rightfully so, but I don't think enough people make fun of modern gamers enough. Modern gamers who, to be completely honest, don't even fucking play video games. The ones
I
checking for
do.
realistic fruit physics and everything. The ones who cream their shorts at the sight of 4K ray-traced eye graphics. The ones who sit their big back bottom-feeding asses on Twitter complaining about women not having triple D milk.
Not me. I don't fit any of this stuff.
Brokers, LARPers, chart cells, grifters, all bringing out 120% of their potential to repel sex. And while we will talk more in depth about those three, beyond all those different kinds of chuds, there is one thing that your average modern gamer has become absolutely undeniably obsessed with. Something that has permanently warped the perception of this medium beyond repair. A single word. Updates. Updates, updates, updates. Oh, they can't get enough of those delicious patch notes. Human beings naturally like novelty. We like new things. But some of y'all be acting like starved peasants if the game you're playing for only 10 hours a week doesn't come out with a new multiplayer map every single day.
Spare an update for a suffering gamer.
Equating the game's quality to the frequency of content updates. And look, I like updates too. New content is
Oh my
nice.
god, it killed me.
Ongoing support can be great. It's been to the benefit of numerous games, allowing for some insane comeback stories. But somewhere along the way, a huge chunk of the gaming audience developed live service brain rot so severe that they no longer see updates as a specific subcategory of gaming. They see it as the bare minimum requirement for any game to justify its own existence. It has broken people's understanding of what a game is allowed to be. Finished. Ever since Fortnite set the high bar of what a live service game could be, now every game is expected to behave like a live service title, even when it clearly isn't one.
Yeah,
Games
I
you
think
used to love have
Fortnite
been
was the only
forced to turn
game that
into-
should have been like Fortnite. I think even their battle pass should have stayed theirs. All these rip-off games, they just thought they should be Fortnite instead of being themselves.
Warp drive active.
live service slop, forced to fight in this never-ending battle of numbers trying to stay afloat. A battle that most developers don't have the manpower to afford to keep up for very long. Mid-season refreshes, new cosmetics, new meta shakeups, new roadmaps, new patch notes, new "we hear you" developer statements typed by some exhausted community manager whose soul left his body back in 2023. Since shareholders only speak in currency, they don't understand the workload it takes to keep up this kind of parade for very long. Like, Guang Guang got them Marvel Rivals devs locked up in those offices 3D modeling skimpy character skins while their families are hanging up missing person posters around the neighborhood. Halo. oh my beloved Halo, has been getting gutted inside and out because of this business model, and I just had to sit and watch it happen. But they themselves marketed the game as a live service game. The next 10 years of Halo, something truly infinite. Yet they very quickly proved that they actually made a little typo in the game's name. Haha, you put those silly 2 little letters there. Now it's accurate. Now, I'm not trying to turn this into a live service rant because that horse has been long since atomized. But while the suits are demanding the live service slot machines stay churning, it's mostly because the people are eating that shit up like some free Krispy Kreme donuts. And after all that slop 10 is digested, what results is the curation of this toxic cycle of players addicted to that live service sugar, and developers struggling to keep up with their fat-ass demands. It poisons both the producer and the consumer, birthing the world's strongest video game chuds. And now we have to deal with these communities of people who genuinely think like, if your game doesn't come out with updates fast enough, then you just met the condition to activate my cursed technique. Malevolent metrics, turning every player loss into a slash attack with a guaranteed hit effect. But it doesn't matter because, well, it's obviously profitable. There's a reason why companies keep trying it. And you know, whatever, right? Let them shoot themselves in the foot and make them learn their lesson. But even if you don't play live service games, oh, you're not safe from this discourse, buddy. I see you hiding over there. You're right there. Like, you're not, I can see you. The live service SCP has breached containment and its infection has been spreading everywhere. The fact that there are some people who genuinely apply live service logic to single-player games is genuinely psychopathic. In a few months, when Crimson Desert player numbers start dwindling, I guarantee you're gonna see people frothing at the mouth saying, look, see, I knew Crimson Desert is a bad game. It fell off. Dead game. Trash. Congratulations, buddy. You just learned the concept of finishing something. People beat the game and move on.
Moved on.
The product was consumed. The meal was eaten. Would you call a restaurant dead because people finished dinner and went home? Actually, some of you probably would. Yo, dude, you see the concurrent player count on Denny's last night? That shit is cooked. The developers of Peak, indie companies Agrocraft and Landfall Games, had to publicly call out some nerd complaining the game wasn't receiving updates fast enough, to which these gigacrats replied, neither of us or Agrocraft are live service studios. Any update is a bonus, not a right. Clapping back with the truth moved so hard that it deleted the original tweet from existence. Lots of people don't know this, but Peak was a game jam game. Game jams are basically contests where developers have to make a game within a certain time frame to really breed creativity from constraints and pressure. This game was made in a month. The developers themselves weren't expecting how much it would have blown up. Yet despite that, this small indie company still gave out free updates and content for the love of the game, and they still got shit for it not being enough. What's crazy is, even though I personally think Fortnite started this train wreck, they themselves are literally becoming an example of how this business model, the concept of a forever game, is not immune to being eroded away by the sands of time and corporate greed. But unfortunately, the damage has already been done. And now you have people angrily pointing at Peak, calling it a dead game as if it was supposed to last forever. I played Peak. I had a great time with it.
That was really
Do I play it anymore? Nah, not really, no. Because I got my experience out of it and had a great time. That shit was like $7 or something, man. But for some people, getting dozens upon dozens of hours of entertainment for the same price as an in-and-out combo just doesn't cut it. But there's only 40,000 people playing it. Holy fucking nerd alert. Can we talk about that word real quick? Only 40,000 people. That's what some chart cells classify as a dead game. Some of you hear only before a number larger than the population of several towns and don't realize how batshit insane you sound. Only 40,000 players. Brother, that is a functioning society. That is a zip code. That is enough people to fill a small arena and still have pickup artists filming in the parking lot. There's some dinosaur simulator game called The Isle. Fucking love that game. Averages like 15, 20k people daily. Thousands of little dickheads running around as raptors. Since when as a society did we start classifying communities of this size as dead, deceased, gone? Bitch, what do you mean? I'm growing my stego right now. Helldivers 2 averages about 50k players daily. That's roughly 90% less players than its all-time peak. People call this a dead game. Who the fuck are you that 50,000 people isn't considered a healthy number? You can't even get 5 people to do a Destiny raid together. Right now, there's this weird cultural inability to let a game simply exist at any point between industry-dominating phenomenon and corpse. Like my guy, there's a whole spectrum right there, and not the one that you're on. This era of chart cells pocket watching Steam charts more than actually playing video games has to end, man. Y'all need to get some hobbies. And then you got the Twitch view counters, which are, in my opinion, worse than your average chart cell, because how are you going to attach a game's success to streamers? Especially when all it takes is one person to completely seesaw a game to the most watched category for like a single day. Some games are just more fun to play than they are to watch, and vice versa. These are the viewer numbers on Twitch for Marvel Rivals and Warframe. Here are the Steam player numbers. Now, if you do the math here, you know, carry the 0 and divide, compare the 2 to the quadratic formula, you can see that the answer is it doesn't fucking matter. Can we get back to having, like, real intelligent conversations about video games with actual valid critiques beyond just yelling dead game and woke? It's just such a weird, warped perception of popularity.
Gosh!
Relating a dead game to, oh, it only has 5-digit player numbers. It's not the most watched on Twitch. Well, I never see it on my TikTok For You page. That is not death. That is just existing without spectacle. And you know, maybe that's the real reason why people hate it. A game without massive numbers forces people to confront whether they actually like it without the validation.
What do you mean, no Digipics? No Digipics. What do you mean? Oh my god. What am I gonna do? Oh no, I might have to go back. Oh god. Oh no, you're gonna make me pick all these, aren't you? I was supposed to do something there. Oops.
Warp drive active.
Of popularity. No hype, no social proof, no algorithm, no giant crowd telling you this is the place to be, man. Come on, it's so cool. Just you and the game. And for a lot of people,
that's how I feel about Starfield. I don't need somebody to tell me that this is a good game. I think it is. You know, that's all I need. But I don't know what to do here. You need to activate the acceleration gate. It must have been the other gate, I guess. I don't know what I missed. Okay, so the heron. On the mission Worlds Collide, can somebody else steal the mission items? Maybe that's what happened.
Drive active. I don't have, like, it's locked, I think. Oh, I need digipicks and I don't have them. That's very bad. I'm gonna have to go buy, like, a set of digipicks. I must have sold them or something dumb. I mean, I always do sell them whenever I sell miscellaneous. I just totally... Miscellaneous, excuse me. I think of it as miscellaneous now, because misc is the... Please don't give me locked doors. I'll have to back up.
Hi, kitty. Get out my lap if you want. You're a beautiful kitty. Oh, beautiful kitty. Beautiful kitty. Such a good kitty.